Well,
Ale nemáme co posílat.
from now.
Okay, let me check. Just a minute.
We are not on air.
No,
My colleague says we stream.
it's working. It's working. Not an error.
Show him the computer.
Sure.
On ti ukáže ten stream.
Ale tam zpoždění, že?
No,
No signal. It's not working anymore.
it's the no now.
Říkám, to budeš muset s kamerou, já nevím, co s tím.
Now it's working again.
to potit, víš, že jsme to tak já jsem to nebyl. A máš to kde o tam, ale jo, za půl minuty až. To nevadí, dobrý. Jestli se to chytne a je to jenom v té krátce, tak je to v pohodě, že? Protože viděl jsi to, že to tam bylo krásně a
Tady musíme něco dodělat.
Ta nahoře má teda HDMIčko.
no,
Dobře,
tak
dobře.
Tak odešla další škála.
kam to přijde? Co to bude snímat? Nemůžeš to nastavit adaptivně? Ne, to má jiný šroub než tady to.
Já bych to nedělal,
To není Photoshop.
protože to
Víš nebo prosím?
je zaostřené na určitou vzdálenost a nemá to tak široký záběr. Prostě si
Takže
někdo
se
s
to
tím
musí-
musí
takže se s tím
švenkovat,
musí-
někdo prostě, to není kamera takhle postavit a běhat.
Slyšíme nějaký zvuk z toho? To není. To mám rozebrat a předsvakat?
No tady je normální stativový závit, že jo? Každá kamera by měla mít.
Každá kamera má standard svůj.
Je nějaký stativový závit.
To není kamera na stativ, to je kamera
Ale
na
má to stativový závit, tak je to
to
super.
jsem mu říkal.
No,
A vetoval mi to, že to nechce.
je to variabilnější, no.
No tak jo, já
Že jo?
jsem 10 s všema pro.
Jo, tak to udělám.
Nechápu, proč to na tom není hned, že? Nějaké trojnožce.
Protože jsem to po něm chtěl, on říkal, že nevím, že ne, no.
Není čerpadla. tepelný čerpadla rozjetý na plný pecky.
Ale je hodně teplo. No.
Ale to pojede.
A to se, Pavle, vypíná na noc, že? Asi.
To?
Tak proto to se vyhřeje ten barák a pak přijdeš a máš 30 stupňů. No?
Jo, tak.
Normálně lepší, že? A já jsem to říkal.
Já taky.
Samozřejmě v rámci toho jednoho šroubu. Ne, už to může tím. Logické by to bylo takhle, že? Takhle dopředu, že? Stoupáčka, ať si to můžeš
Problém bude
zezadu.
možná s napájením, že?
No, potřebuješ...
Takže musím donést, co to je? Nebo stačí prodlužka na USB.
No, asi jo, to napájení to utáhne. Počkej, tak teď to teda strčíme tam, kde to bude, ať to snímá to, co to má snímat. Jo, problém je s
To
napájením.
si řekne kolega.
No, this is no stream. I made a meeting. So I'm just making sure. Just in case it doesn't work, I'm making a backup system.
So you can find this position for the camera. I just have to bring longer USB.
But you can have to be careful
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that
yeah.
little connections.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
No, I'll wait until the new.
It's okay, you can move it side to side. Just a cable.
Yeah.
Not a big problem, but you know, these tiny connectors are sensitive.
How many? Wait, do we have two microphones connected to the encoder, or are we using? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Okay.
Jede vám ten zvuk?
No, já nevím.
Jak to mám zjistit? Já nevím. To musí vidět nedá.
Já fakt nevím.
A když jsem se optal, tak řekl, já nevím.
Protože z čeho to zjistíme? Tak já to
Podle mě tam to musí být slyšet. Na tom YouTube. No. Zvuk is from... Jenom odsud. Zvuk vede potom z ozvučení
Ano.
sálu.
Aha. Ale na stream.
Na stream se to dostane.
Dobře. Tak všechno je v pořádku.
Mě zvuk jel.
Že tam asi nebude problém se zvukem. Sice nemáme vyzkoušený, jak moc všesměrový to mikrofon je.
To je všechno, to má,
Stačí, že bude brát zhora.
to má 4 mikrofony.
No, tak super, to značí. Otázkou, jestli to pouští.
To můžeš vypnout. To má svoji baterku
Jo.
právě. Na to tam je ta baterka. Otázka je, jestli to...
Ne, právě proto to tady teďka připojuju.
Když už se ptal v pátek.
Ne, že to odpojete, jako to
Dávám tady prodlužku. Kdybyste to chtěli postavit trošku dál, protože tady byl půlmetrový kabel, jednoduše prostě tady něco zvrhne s pohybem.
Ale musíš teď zkontrolovat, jestli to bude přes to nabíjet.
Je aktivní, no, tak nevím.
No,
To dá se to zjistit.
Musíte zjistit, že to zase vyškudnu a jsem v tom nastavení. To se vládá totiž aplikací, ale to je...
to nastaví obraz, máte ho mimo.
Myslím, že to můžeme sundat z toho okna, že? Ty věci můžeme.
No já to mám pod tím, aby to netahalo dolů, když ten kabel.
Můžeme to dát
Bylo
asi
to teda
už už nám v tom nic nebrání. Nic nám nemůže spadnout.
To jo, ale teďka bych ještě udělal pásku. Tady to přišpendlím, víš, ať to netahá za ty konece.
Jo.
Takže nějakou takovou tu omotávací mám. Tak já se podívám.
Well, the best position will be just here.
Yeah. We're gonna leave it there.
One thing, can we test the sound?
Yeah, that's something I wanted to test. So I'm gonna go test the sound in the microphone.
We're going to check it out.
Test. Silence. Hello. What do you mean? That's the microphone here. Oh, it's recording. It's environmental. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not focused for on the
I'm thinking if so I have my condenser. Does it? Do we have an option for? No, we're fully done. It doesn't have.
only HDMI or SDI input. And audio in.
Yeah.
Well, there is a
Yeah, I can.
dedicated audio button. I didn't test it. How it works. How to mix it into stream. But the option is there. For tomorrow, we can do
try
some
it.
thumb text tests, or if the break falls coffee break is longer.
Right. Yeah. If we have time during the break, we can do that. We can test it.
If it will be
Yeah. The sound is good enough for the stream. I'm still thinking. I still have. I could, in theory.
Jede, prosím tě, jede ten zvuk teďka přes ten stream.
Přesně tak,
to z toho, takže jede nám to všechno i zvuk. Jo, protože
můžu ještě namixovat přímo v tom YouTube, takže
Yeah, I could just control the stream myself instead of using the hardware.
you have hardware control.
Yeah.
There are two more channels.
Yeah, I'm actually like I have a virtual scene, so I can just do it. We have actual only the first one This is my backup system in case that wouldn't work.
So you have 4 channels. But the sound from the GoPro is okay.
Yeah.
že to bude zbytečně celé. Já bych
Jo, já to chápu, ale jako když to chceš
jede v pohodě, bere toho přináší perfektně, ale
Špatně. Fakt špatně. For the first day, it's fine, and then I'll figure out. So don't worry. Thank you very much. I'll call you if I go panicking. Okay. Tyler, can you connect to the Zoom for a bit? Can you start it right away? And I want to do a very short test. Then I'm gonna ask Glenn, it's just to check that it works. No. Can you start reading when you're connected? system has access to my microphone, so it sounds better. And I have access to everything, but the problem is that I would have to pass here and see where it's not a good idea. I think just leave it working as a backup screen just in case, but we're going to be using that. And then for Zoom, we're going to be doing most likely screen, but we'll see if I end up switching one side to the other. Or relay by So we're not. I'll have to go back to us because this has no one to do. Someone to create. It's a lot. Yeah, nothing sources. Yeah. No, you know what? Let's simplify things as much as possible. So let's just use the same stream. Let's stop this one. Use the same stream. Now go back to that.
I will set it
Okay.
right now, and you will see. You will see.
ask questions again to the Zoom presenter, but it's business as usual, kind of. In the case of Zoom, yeah, we're still trying to figure out how that's going to work, but those little tables suck. They're not real. I dropped my computer once, and then I'll never. So it's not that hard. It's public, but then you'll still run into problems.
This way.
Some things. Okay, it's I think
With the same rest.
so. We should probably start the decoder. Otherwise, it's gonna. Yeah, it will collide. So let's start the decoder first. Oh, it's right here. So, do we... Oh, please. Yeah, we kind of need this space. You can do it yourself because I'm not sure. You'll teach me. Horrible. So for stopping the stream, do we? Yeah, just pressing the button doesn't stop it. I think we need to. Maybe we can just turn it off. We are using. Okay. Just in case, we are also using presenter mode, so it's not duplicating. So if you have your notes in your PowerPoint, you are just gonna be able to read it notes from here. Let me show you so that you're not lost. As soon as possible. You tell me. Later, shadow. Oh, you were right away? I'm gonna be stealing your it's actually because I forgot mine. I think I left it. Hi, how are you? Tell me. Yeah, I saw. So, let's go through. I suppose it's here. Yeah. Conference call calls. Yes, this is and secretaries. So you can so let me go with that. Then they changed it. So he checked Y and Z and Z and Y are and this one is also Zendia.
So I'll have to go back at the new now.
Presentation. No. So let me just maybe I'll help you set it up when you have to talk. I don't know how good computers know how to switch things. So don't worry. So this case we're gonna do it's weird. But since it's not a core, control to it like combos. That's okay. So does this work now? Oh, but it's off. Okay, so you're line by line, but you have to make sure that you're marked there. So, we can full screen it here. Officially it's 10. It's already live, but I haven't made it public, so I'll make it public in a second. It's already there, and I'll have to modify the website for it. Do you remember how to go full screen on Visual Studio? Yeah. So Control H, that's the closest you'll find to full screen. But at the same time, you know what? I think you may want your computer because now that I'm thinking about it, your notes and your presentation is too. In this case, since you want to have it here, right? But this is a problem. If you want to have your life, yeah, I think it's better simply because no, of course. Yeah. That's I put my computer. want your talk? Because you opened the day. So do you have notes that you want to use?
Sorry?
If you have any notes that you want to use?
No, I'm using from here. I could also actually stand down.
Yeah, but no, I mean you can do it sitting. So
I can
down.
stand it here.
If you go down, that's where you move slides so that you don't have to worry about this one. Press down. It's already working.
This one. Yeah, okay.
No, down.
Yeah, the down is down. Right.
Yeah, just try it so that you see. Yeah.
Yeah, now time. Is it time? Can I see somewhere time here? No. Ah, this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I can see from here.
Yeah.
That goes.
So
And who will be there? I don't need pointer. So who will be the chairman?
you will be the chairman? You'll be the chairman? Yes? Very good. So we have all the files already in here. Remember the people you have to call and they should have their files. Okay. Just let me know. They're ready to have control in the stream, making sure everything works. If you need any help, tell me, okay?
Okay.
Use it here.
See?
That's your place.
Interesting whether it is possible to hear me. Probably it is.
Let's try it. Is it working? Yep. Okay, welcome everybody in another beautiful building of Palackého University. The first speaker today is Kamil Kuhn. I don't need to introduce him. Please.
Dear friends, biosemiotics is the study of life. It has often been developed as applying some semiotic theories in biology. But instead, I decided not to speak about semiotics, but about biology. How semiotics grows out of biology naturally, which is closer to my own path of understanding. But let's start from our mentor. Jesper Hofmeyr, in his examination into the science of life and the life of science, said this: biosemiotics is engaged in developing conceptual tools for theoretical biology and thereby also indirectly for experimental biology, while on the other hand, the conceptual understandings made evident by biosemiotics contribute to the development of a general semiotics. Thus, biosemiotics is biology, or rather, good biology is biosemiotics, which is also general semiotics, which is also what the biologist Huxkull said to us in his own words. But let us look back on the development of theoretical biology from this perspective. Biology was born under the name of biology in the beginning of the 19th century. It was then a romanticist biology, Goethean biology, and that at that time living beings had soul. That was a period of German Romanticism when science and poetics were still united, and one of the central topics in Romanticism in general was the question of freedom. And important work, what influenced much of intellectual atmosphere at that time, was Immanuel Kant's critique, in the context of biology, his third critique of judgment. I think must for biologists. Now, the other part of the 19th century is such about which history everybody knows, so I will not speak about that at all. So these discussions between the lines of thinking of Darwin and lines of thinking of von Baer, or however we would call them, but early 20th century was the time when theoretical biology was born under such name. It was then when some monographs, and in addition to monographs titled as theoretical biology, also a whole large series of 30 volumes was published as Abhandlungen zur theoretischen Biologie, followed with other series of similar title, Bios. Notably, this was almost exclusively in German language and almost exclusively based on qualitative analysis. Now, in the context of vitalism, mechanicism debate, pretty much. 1930s changed biology radically. Qualitative theoretical biology of the first decades of the 20th century disappeared into oblivion. Soul disappeared. No talk on meaning. During the next 50 years, these German works about theoretical biology were almost not noticed at all. They started to come back together with appearance of biosemiotics only since the last decade of the 20th century. The new theoretical biology was biophysics, biochemistry, and biomathematics. Differential reproduction, that means natural selection, was the basis of explanation, which required, of course, quantitative description. Mechanism of reproduction itself was really one of central problems in biology. And then that was in 1950s when it was discovered how reproduction is based on molecular copying. That's a molecular copying mechanism of DNA. Reproduction based on copying lead to the model of bottom-up building of organism. Genome is building phenotype, all the organism. Genome is copied, and another organism is starting or built up of him, and so on and so on. All organism building goes on bottom up. interesting implication from this is that taxonomy, the taxa, could be based on shared features, either even shared. That means that taxa can be defined on the basis of features what all specimens of the taxa possess as equivalence classes. But it occurred that for most species, reproduction is biparental, two parents. This means that in order to reproduce, two organisms have to find each other, recognize each other, fit to each other. If reproduction is biparental, then what is reproduced is based on recognition, which means that reproduction process goes downwards. So first, organisms should be recognized on the basis of its features which are very far from its genome. So, and then when cells are fusing, then they go closer and closer, but coming anyhow from downwards towards downwards. So an implication here is that taxa now cannot be based on shared features, but taxa are formed on the basis of family resemblance, which means that the basic unit is of completely different formal nature. This recognition-based approach means also, that here a sort of first stage of semiotic appears, because recognition is clearly a semiotic process. That life necessarily includes codes is well known since 60 years already. Erwin Schrödinger used the term code for cells, and soon Georgi Gamov started to speak about translation. The code, in that sense, was seen as deterministic, looks like, and the translation looks like automatic. Encoding and decoding have to share the code in order to translation be possible. However, now, some decades later, together with appearance of some biologists' work studying information in biology, namely Jesper Hofmeyr and Klaus Hemmeke, they say meaning appears only if there are more than one code. Moreover, these two codes, code duality, should be such that these codes are very different, say in their case digital and analog. So codes which are incompatible. The similar statement comes from, for instance, from several scholars, but also, for instance, from Yuri Lotman, who says that meaning requires at least two incompatible codes. So, in that case, translation is not anymore automatic, but it is creative. It can give something And here we have now the second stage for truly semiotic idea growing out from biology. 21st century made epigenetic turn. Epigenetic turn, what was mainly based in the work of these four women, Elisabeth Verba, Lynn Margulis, Jane West-Heberhard, and Eva Jablonka. That is now also not from bottom up, but rather from on other direction approach, which is certainly a prerequisite for next step, truly biosemiotic turn. Here appear several additional dualities. In addition to co-duality, there is say process relation duality. Here is mechanism non-mechanism duality, as in this book clearly said. Beyond mechanism means putting life back into biology, and algorithmic non-algorithmic duality. And here the next step will be now as based on these incompatible codes, the explanation of the appearance of Umwelt. So, I would like here to redefine Umwelt in this way, that Umwelt is just the condition of co-presence in simultaneity. Something co-present in simultaneity is Umwelt. And that implies the possibility for freedom, for interpretation, for choice. And here, to understand Umwelt in this way, it's also good to think which should be the minimum Umwelt. The minimum Umwelt is nothing else than just a difference. Difference which requires the co-presence of relata, simultaneous co-presence of relata. So, summary. I could see three important stages towards semiotic biology that grows out from biology itself. First, that is recognition-based reproduction, which leads to family resemblance wholes, unities. Second, code incompatibility, what creates indeterminacy, a necessary determinacy for any meaning making. And then co-presence due to simultaneity, what creates Umwelt. Now, the next task, what logically follows from here, is that we, as biologists, should work out methods for Umwelt analysis. After reading Jakob von Uexküll's and his groups and followers' works, so we already have some of them. However, this is probably one area where much work needs still to be done. I think also from our this year's gathering, there are several papers what provide something, like Mirko Tserones and Nelly Päekivi's about transactional model of communication, which actually is a method of Umwelt analysis, also mentioned by Silver Ratasepp, or yesterday's Joanna's talk where Umwelt analysis was described as body movement, which is dependent on the field of values, and several others. So, and of course, to understand that we still do not have the complete description of the mechanisms what creates Umwelt, what creates that co-presence and simultaneity. That has to be discovered. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Kalevi. We have 2 minutes for discussion. Don.
Kalevi, quick point, but more important question. Obviously, this is a small point. Umwelt defined as co-present simultaneity. Those two words could capture physical processes. So, of course, this needs to be formulated. Mere co-presence and simultaneity could cover physical events. So this formulation, of course, needs to be developed so that life and agency is in it. That's a small point. I want you to share with us your feelings on the direction of ethology and animal study in the 20th century, which after Umwelt should have been, after Utzkel should have been very biosemiotic, but is not. Will you speak to us about that? What do you think happened there?
What happened in animal communication studies, why they didn't use concept of Umwelt, you are asking?
Just discuss briefly how you see the field going in the 20th century. What happened? Why did it not become more semiotic?
Yeah, because the explanation, dominantly what was used was evolutionary and not based on Umwelt analysis simply. Evolutionary explanation was seen as sufficient. And this is, well, together with the development of ethology, so very soon it, arrived social biology on one hand, or behavioral ecology, what is also a branch from neo-Darwinism. So, and for them, that kind of aspect, what organism itself knows, what organism itself, which differences it makes, was not in focus.
Do you think you can have a semiotic ethology with evolutionary theory? In other words, just the presence of evolutionary theory doesn't rule out a more semiotic analysis of animal study.
If explanation goes that, via importance of survival, then yes, it rules out very much that kind of semiotic explanation because that it seems to be unnecessary. But if to understand that first thing for organism is the current distinction to make, whether it leads to survival or not will be secondary. So then explanation goes other way around. And
so this is an important task for biosemiotics. Thank you, Kalevi.
Okay. Thank you very much. And our next speakers is Anton Markoš and Jana Švorcová.
Well, good morning. After a long day on Sunday, when we spoke from the very morning up to the night, now we are supposed to combine everything into 15 minutes. So to do so, we got an inspiration in a recent molecular biology paper, very important, by the way, about 10 co-authors, and in between was, let's say, the Nobel Prize winner Jennifer Doudna and people like that. And so we got inspired by the cyborg metaphor. The Borg. Oh, sorry. The cyborg is a human, originally. The cyborg is a human, upgraded by devices that aid its survival in hostile, that is, non-physiological conditions without imposing on the organisms the burden of additional time or energy-consuming activities. My generation remembers the term just because of science fiction novels, very nice sometimes. The authors had in mind many cybernetic contraptions enabling survival during a space travel. You can broaden it, of course. If you fall into the Labrador Sea, your survival time is 5 minutes. But if you have good contraptions, you can float there like a seal and read Heidegger during all the time. Yeah? So the expression had quickly acquired a more general meaning and came to denote any self-regulating human-machine couple. So if I really would push it, driving a car is also a human, cyborgian invention. No, but no, there is a Star Trek. So they took the Borg. They are a cyborgs linked in the hive mind called the collective. The Borg co-opted technology and knowledge to other species to the collective through the process of assimilation. One could thus say that they have a diffuse brain that has at its disposal the shared memory of all thoughts, wishes, defense strategies, and so on of their fellows in the universe. And that's why we took this parable. And the biological metaphor came from this paper I mentioned already. Borgs are extra chromosomal genetic elements that can travel horizontally between members of communities and provide them with the necessary genetic survival kits. Now, everybody in this lecture room, of course, knows the horizontal gene transfer. But what they found out is a very special, very huge genetic elements traveling in communities of bacteria and archaea that enable some of the members of the community become ultra small. 250 nanometers of the diameter of the cell is a lower limit of being cellular. And thanks to these elements, the whole community became a Borg because they could really exchange this knowledge. No, we took this paper and applied the cyborg parable not to the DNA, because the DNA is not alive, but to genuinely living inhabitants of such communities, and ultimately, on the most general level, also to the whole biosphere. Now, take this is a classical monastery. The monastery lives in a closure. The rules inside the monastery differ from the rules around in the countryside. And the gates are very well kept to allow what is to be allowed to go in and out. And this is a parable of a living cell. Whatever you have in a living cell is a tight closure with a very tight control of internal milieu compared to the outside space. But no, if you think it better, there is another closure. This ad hoc closure we call here closure 2. They are ensembles of cells that sometimes very ad hoc, sometimes long-lived, that can be in even in mutual contrasts. But as in human life, you can be a fan of the football club. You can be a Christian. You can be a communist, and you can be a father of family, and all these functions in one person, not simultaneously maybe, and yet functioning. So we are a member of many collectives and you belong to all these. So take, let's say, a meadow or a forest. How many functions a single tree has? We are back to the Umwelt idea. And now, so evolution on our opinion, goes into two ways. Singularity of closure one, perpetuated without any interruptions since the last universal common ancestor. It never ceased to exist. The closure one is something that can be just deleted and you die. The multitude of closures too is this analogy, affinities, alliances, and so on and so on. They can change in evolution very quickly because of interpretation of what is in and what is out.
Okay. I will stay here. I prefer this microphone.
Okay.
And yeah, thanks, Anton. And my task here was I tried to categorize the functions of this first closure Anton was speaking about. And when in our model, we actually believe that this first closure, represents the boundary between the living and non-living. And of course, the first function, not surprisingly, will be protection from the external environment, right? Because you have this membrane with phospholipid heads which attract water, and inside of the membrane there are hydrophobic tail which do not attract it. That's not very, that's of course quite natural. But what Anton already said about singularity, this closure actually maintains the organizational, structural, and informational continuity of life in evolution. Yeah, it has been the same since the beginning of life, and it is inherited epigenetically. You always need a template for it. And all living cells share the same closure. And of course, it enables preferential transit and energy compartmentalization. So, with the emergence of closure, there started the possibility to self-organize itself towards order, you know. Actually, it enabled the autocatalytic closure in Kaufmannian sense. And therefore, I think we may say that this closure actually enabled agency. Because one of the many definitions of agent, which I found, is that agents are organisms having the capacity to originate causal effects from within their boundaries or from within their self-reproducing and autopoietic architectures. And of course, this autopoietic organization happens, you know, through this closure. And the closure enables the emergence of semi-closed, self-integrated, organized system, which is the first agent, we believe. And thus it enables autopoietic organization, sensu moreno or motio. And with the closure, there is a possibility, you know, to constantly, the cell constantly compares the outside and the inside of these two environments, and compares the outside with its memory structures, which I was also talking about on Sundays, but it's not only epigenetics in eukaryote, it's also inheritance of organelles or horizontal gene transfer, and as Anton mentioned. And now there's like the most possibly most discutable, like controversial maybe argument is that with this separation of two environments, there was a difference made, yeah? And we can say different, which makes a difference, right? And as Robert nicely reminded me yesterday, the word information actually means the formation of the inwardness, right? Or Anton prefers innerness. So is closure a necessary condition for interpretation? We believe that it is. That with cell, there start agency and semiosis. And, well, such phenomenon can you observe on various levels of organization, from single cell to bacterial colonies, or maybe even to human faces. These interfaces can be co-opted, right? And now Anton will finish with some examples of these second order closures, right? Because the agreement was
So I just will read it. Due to the trends, contingencies, and vagaries of evolution, living beings and/or their lineages inevitably stray into states of dependency upon the services of others. As a matter of fact, there could hardly exist a species whose members could prosper in mutual independence, axonically, at least not in the long run. There are some examples, but they are really trivial. And so finally, the whole biosphere is one society as Borgs. We can communicate horizontally. So from the very beginning, every living being keeps its closure one. And during the evolution, all the lineages and members of the lineages, communities, take on abilities to communicate with the others, just because the rules, the codes acquired from the very beginning of life overlap all the time, at least to a small extent. So you can very well see it in your own experience when not speaking a foreign language, and you must somehow overlap your questions in a foreign environment. That's it.
Thank you very much for being on time, and there are several questions. Kalevi, please.
Just a little comment relating to my concept of difference. So whether just a closure is already difference, what makes a difference, I would say this we should analyze precisely here, because it may be that this is difference in the relation to survival. If so, this is rather from observer's point of view and not from the point of view of cell itself. So therefore, I just want to point out that it requires further discussion.
I don't think so. Simply the emergence of life on this planet was a singularity, and we cannot say how it happened. Before was chemistry, afterwards there was a possibility to interpret world and life with codes, with closure, with possibility to communicate with the others. It was not before. So we don't take the statement that life is just some prolongation of chemical processes. Yes, we can. Of course, we can study chemical processes in the cell and learn very much about them. Yeah, I did it when I was sitting in the lab, but it's not. So the difference that makes the difference is emergence of life, of the closure one, and because the LUCA, the last universal common ancestor, was not a single cell, but a biosphere of different cells, the closure 2 automatically came up with that.
Theodore?
I find it hard to put this comment into a question, so it will just be a comment. There is a tension in your talk that is also already in the autopoiesis paper by Maturana and Varela. Namely, on the one side, you have organization, but on the other side, you have topological closure. And I don't really understand this. So I don't understand it with Maturana and Varela. Why don't you stick to organizational closure with topology, lipids and so on, only coming later? Because I think this would lead then to a good starting point for further theory.
Yeah, but we do, of course, because we even showed on Sunday how structures are perpetuated for millions of years without changing the genetic composition of the organisms. So there is this structural continuity all the time.
Yes, absolutely, but I think it's secondary to the organization, to the dialectics and the movement of the functions of whatever in the cell, that the lipids and so on and the structures are necessary to keep the organization going, but it's more important to have the organization.
But they are part of that organization. How can you take them apart?
Let's fight about that later.
But I did not emphasize maybe enough that it's of course not only the membrane. You have like a lot of transducers, transporters, ion channels. That wasn't emphasized, and also cytoskeleton plays a huge role, you know, in these compartmentalization events.
Another question from Alin, or?
That's a quick one, sorry. So this might be a naive question, but the ability to maintain homeostasis, so what you call basically the first closure, is like one of the classical elements of the definition of life. So is what you're saying in the presentation basically sort of arguing against Deacon's last paper, that there can be no semiosis before the cell because you need the homeostasis? And if so, what exactly is the main reason for that, relating to his point that you can actually see similar phenomena between biomolecules?
If I understand well, that you ask me how the semiosis came to an existence, yeah?
No, I'm just asking if your main point is that there is no semiotic process before the cell, and how does it relate to Deacon's last year's paper in Biosemiotics, in which he was arguing like the exact opposite, that you can see some semiotic processes in biomolecules before the cell.
Yeah, but really the origins of the cells I take as a singularity. Before the chemical processes before can be all this. Of course, there are speculations, but there are many models. They all can be described, but by normal scientific processes of physics and chemistry, dissipative structures, and so on and so on. But the emergence of codes is really a business of the cell innerness, and you cannot derive the codes from chemistry. And this is really a breaking point in the beginning of our life evolution.
So the answer is you and Deacon start from different dogma, like a different central...
Well, I am a biologist.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of afraid of this question. But yeah, that's our model is like this in our book, so you can check it.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is our lovely host Ludmila Lacková and Vinicius Romanini.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Is it okay with this microphone?
Take this one.
What about now? Okay. Today with Professor Romanini, we would like to present you our ongoing projects about artificial intelligence and proteins. And to begin, I would like to stress that this is just a project we started a couple months ago, so we don't have results yet. But we would like to share with you just a preliminary standpoints, and we will be happy to receive any kind of feedback you might have for us. So we'll try to answer the question, how can biosemiotics help the development of artificial intelligence? It might seem a bit contradictory, or at the first glance you don't see the connection, but indeed biosemiotics, or the molecular processes in the cell, and AI, neural networks, share a lot in common. For example, they are both situated at the lower semiotic threshold, and we can lead infinite discussions about whether there is semiosis going on or not. So if you are following a bit the current development in an eye, you are aware of the fact that there are many limits. And there are two basic answers how to resolve these limits in the AI. The first one is we need more computational power. The second possible answer is that we need more data for the neural networks to be trained on. And we think that both of these answers are unsatisfactory, because none of them answers or touches the environmental problem of the energy consumption problem. So instead of proposing some quantitative answers, such as more computational power or more data to be trained on, we would like to propose another model, and our model is based on qualitative biosemiotic notions, such as abduction or habits.
Thank you. I'm going to show you a couple of techie stuff in the next 2 or 3 slides, but before that, I would like to give you an introduction and maybe tell 2 stories, quick stories. The introduction is that we are talking about semiosis, which is the action of science. And we want to understand what intelligence relates to semiosis. So when we think about action of science, we're thinking about performing a task that consumes energy and develops in time. So there's energy and time involved in action. Intelligent semiosis is also self-controlled, which involves symbols. Symbols are the only types of science that has this property of self-control. Well, symbols, you know, it's grounded on habits. Habits are beliefs. So we have this connection between the idea of intelligent semiosis with the production of inferences. And that's what we want to understand, how we can perform intelligent inferences and how those ideas can relate to ongoing research on artificial intelligence. Now, about the stories I want to tell you. The first one, well, I've been away from this gathering for a decade. People come to ask me what I'm up to, what I'm doing. And I want to tell you 2 things I'm doing. I have a research group, which is Semiodata. Ludmila has recently joined this group. We are working with semiotics, communication, and big data. And recently, we started to try to understand what artificial intelligence is in the realm of semiotics and how they use big data to extract patterns and make inference. And we came across this idea of a predictive coding, which is a kind of inference, and they call it beliefs. It's based on Bayesian belief, but it's a kind of, there are differences between what they're doing and what actually the idea of a Bayes belief is grounded, which is getting evidence to move a prior belief to a posterior belief. Actually, what is going in predictive coding is something much more complex because they work with a very broad phase space of properties, and they have to find the lower minimal surprise on some amount of data. And they do that using a specific strategy called decreasing the gradient of energy. They call it minimizing free energy. So that called us some attention because we thought that that might relate to the research we were doing in our group. The second thing I've been doing is that I became a farm. Actually, my wife became a farm. She was growing organic fruits, and I don't understand very much. All the intelligence is being doing by her. I am enjoying the fruits. And I try to learn about the properties of the fruits, and this is a learning task. How do I do that? Well, I experiment fruits. That's enjoyable. And I try to find out which fruits I like best, which not. So I categorize. And I know that I like tropical fruits better. I know that I like citric fruits better. And I know that I like juicy fruits better. So I came to some properties that I was grouping until I got to a particular fruit, which is the orange. Now, the orange has a comprehension. It is a symbol. The comprehension of the symbol orange is being a fruit, tropical, citric, juice, and yellow. So when I got to this comprehension, I exactly encompass the extension of this symbol. I mean, I can denote every object in my sphere of perception, which I can define or point out as being an orange. So this is an inferential problem, and I'm making up my understanding of what an orange is. So this is very much related with the work that we are doing. Now for the slides. Here. So this is a Markov-Planck. I am the orange guy. So you have this blue area, which is called the Markov-Planck. You have some states, the incoming arrows, those are perceptive states. And you have outcoming arrows, those are the active states. Roughly, we can say the blue area is like my Umwelt, and I am performing some experiments in my environment, tasting fruits, and I'm getting information and I'm categorizing. Now, people from artificial intelligence, people are using neural networks and machine learning, deep learning, they are based on this model. Basically, a neural network processes information using Markov-Plancks, and they try to minimize this quantity, which is called free energy. And if you minimize free energy, you get like a balance between the maximum probabilities you can assign to some experience and the problem of overfitting that you might have. What is overfitting in my example of the fruits? Now, suppose that once in a while, I come to a rotten orange that might have happen with some probability. Now, if I use this experience, this new data of rotten orange, as part of my definition of an orange, then I'm overfitting my definition. I should not do that. One way of not being surprised by rotten oranges is that I actively look for only rotten oranges. That means that I will not be surprised by rotten oranges because I will find only rotten oranges, but then I will overfit my model. So what you have in Carl Friston's concept of active inference is this idea of homeostatic cycle by which a generative model that links the environment and an agent, and by probability distribution and functions over probability distributions, you sort out, you parse reality, and you gather information. The best example of a Markov blanket is the cell wall, and the best example of a generative model is the DNA. That's Friston's idea. So this is the free energy bound on surprise. You have two terms. The first term is a penalty for overfitting. So if you take rotten oranges as part of the definition of the concept, then you have a penalty for that. One way to avoid the penalty is just dismiss the rotten orange, but if you do that, you'll be surprised next time you find a rotten orange. So you gotta have this rotten orange into consideration. The other part of the equation is explaining the data. One way of explaining the data is assigning high probabilities to the states of rotten oranges. But if you do that, you will overfit, as we have seen. So you have two penalties, and the task of an intelligent behavior is to minimize the penalties. And this is like a yin-yang idea. So if you go too much into one direction, you lose from the other. So you have to balance, and the best balance you can find is exactly the gradient flow into your phase space. Now, it's always good to give some quotes from Peirce, and basically what Peirce is telling us is pretty much what we have already said. So I don't have to read, because he's exactly saying that we ought to avoid surprise by having habits that can respond to our needs. So I'm going to use the semiotic stuff that we are used to. So we have hidden states, which is the dynamic object. They are non-observable. We have our perceptual judgments, perception, and we have action, which is the dynamic interpretant. And this is a way to describe how semiosis happens. And we have this yin-yang idea of immediate objects, which are the way we capture information by collateral experience, by tasting the fruits, in my example, and you build a model of the world. Not only build, but you embody the model of the world. Peirce calls this process percolation. He was a chemist. He was telling about the Platonic ideas being embodied in our bodies. So if an alien come to us and pick one of our species, by analyzing our bodies, he'll be able to tell almost everything of scientific importance about the environment that body was grown up. So the idea of an embodiment into the sign, and the immediate interpretance is the possibilities of acting in the world and producing actions that will feedback the process. So it's pretty much the semiosis process that we are used to. So there is a continuous production of explanatory hypotheses by abduction. So we want our abductions to give us a comprehension of our concept, which is precise and vague enough to accommodate future data. That's why the comprehension must be very specific. It must cover all the definition that is needed for the extension, but it should not overfit. So you have this yin-yang idea between fitness and vagueness. General symbols, which are general signs, they have the correct fitness because they have the extension needed, and they have the correct vagueness because they are general and they have some degree of vagueness as to produce information that is needed while we have the learning task. Now, when you have the comprehension of an orange, let's say, and you wrap up into a concept which we could call the semiogenesis, like a nod to Josh, this is very similar as having something that wraps up into a form which we would call like the native form of our concept, because now we have a habit that can produce the correct dynamic interpretations as we perform in reality. Then I have this idea of an ultimate interpretant as a normative habit that guide the purposeful action of our intelligent behavior. And so first, I think this is worth reading. The end of an explanatory hypothesis is an end through subjection to the test of experiment to lead to the avoidance of all surprise and to the establishment of a habit of positive expectation that shall not be disappointed. So Peirce is telling this idea that the final habit should minimize the surprise that we would have in future experience.
Okay. So Kalavikul already mentioned the co-duality concept by Hofmeyr and Emeke. So just very briefly, we have two kinds of codes in nature where analog codes are completed by or altered by digital codes. And now it is the classical bias of central dogma of the modern synthesis of Darwinism that the linear digital code, the linear digital discrete text generates later on proteins which are more complex and analog-like structures based on analog coding. So what we wanted to propose is protein folding is our model of the analog code, also for AI, also for neural networks. Because protein folding does not follow digital coding, and the native form of a protein is minimization of free energy. So we can also apply the pragmatic principle because protein structures are evolutionary habits. They are the final interpretants of protein synthesis. And now to make it even clearer, where is the connection between proteins, AI, and abduction and semiosis, I would like to call your attention to Frederick Sternfeld, Professor Sternfeld, who cannot be here, unfortunately, but he put it very nicely in his latest book that the intelligence, as such, possesses structures independently of their neural instantiation. So going back to Peirce, and this is related to Sternfeld quote, we understand intelligence rather as connected to the notion of mind and not to the notion of brain. So this is why we can take inspiration from Peirce and from his protein pheneuron analogy. if you ever heard about that. It is in an unpublished manuscript number 1334, and Peirce himself saw analogy between protein structures and the structure of our mind, of the phaneron. I'm finishing. So just to illustrate this connection, like yin-yang relation between proteins and phaneron sharing the structure. Okay, so our conclusions are basically moving from the original perceptron from Rosenblatt to the semiotron. It's a term invented by Professor Romanini. General AI might be closer to protein folding than brain synapses, and free energy principle and active inference could offer the bridge between digital and analog coding or computing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time just for one question. Yes?
Probably naive, but I wonder how exactly is this approach different from this basic autonomy using adaptive active inference, so basically Markov blankets with loops, as introduced by Kirchhoff and others, including Friston in 2018, I think was philosophical transactions. So they also, all they did was they said, well, Markov chains are a special case of Markov blankets, which are unidirectional. When you have loops, they're no longer unidirectional, so they can adapt and they can do all those things. They can be considered as autonomous. And it's also a neat answer because it differentiates between this sort of cheap autonomy that they have with just Markov blankets. Because according to the original formulation, for instance, a double pendulum would be autonomous. So they wanted to avoid that, because that's not very exciting kind of autonomy. And I just wonder, how much does this approach add to the, to the simple loops approach? Because it's obviously way more complex, and I wonder, what's the gain of going the extra mile?
Yeah, wonderful question. Actually, this is one of the questions we want to answer in our research program. But what I can tell you right now is that we don't want to be reductionists and reduce semiosis to the idea of active inference. Actually, what interests us is that by using the concepts of probability distribution, functions over probability, function of a function, which they call it belief, we can formalize some aspects of semiosis. And by formalizing, maybe we can build algorithms that will not work as the traditional neural networks. And we think that the way the proteins fold is much more interesting because they have this idea of a native shape. And by having this native shape, it can perform acts inside the cell, which is something that is not originally in the idea of a neural network. So that's what interests us in this research, building a bridge between the traditional high energy consuming idea of a neural network and this idea of a shape of folding that can perform some of the tasks in a much more efficient way. So this is not an answer to our question, but it clarifies what we are intending to do in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. And our last presenters in this session are Alexei Sharov and Morten Tonnesen. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. So today I would like to introduce the book, Semiotic Agency. This book is for sale with deep discount, so if you're interested, please come to me. So it's written by me and Morten Tonnesen, who is sitting here. I will be presenting the book because we don't have too much time, only 15 minutes, so it will be only me presenting it. Okay, so the goal of the book is to find the active components in biology and semiosis. As we well known, traditional biology is mostly mechanistic, where agency is simply absent. So everything is automatic and everything works on itself automatically and deterministically. In semiotics, the notion of agency was also rather neglected. So the Peirce's theory of semiotics is triadic, and there is no agency in this triangle. So there is a representamen, there is an object and interpretant, and the interpretation is assumed to be done by mind, but mind is not a part of the triangle. So what Peirce is doing, so he tries to interpret the representamen, the sign, as an agency. And this has some problems because most signs are passive, like, for example, genes are passive signs. And so the question is, where is the agency there? Of course, a few signs are really active, like the kinase as a secondary messenger. It's both a sign and it's also an agency which can find its targets and phosphorylate its targets, so this activation is done by agental power. So it looks like in some cases the role of sign and the role of sign is to signify, the role of agency is to act, but these roles can be combined in a very few cases. But most signs are simply signifying, and most of them are passive or almost passive. Whereas there is a need to find an agency with organization, with tools, with energy supply that will do the interpretation and do the activity. And so that's what we are focusing in our book. So that's the notion of semiotic agency. And the book has 4 parts, as you see. So we focus on different levels of agency in historical aspect, human agency, non-human organisms. Origins of life is a very important topic. I will not focus on this in my presentation, but if you're interested, look there. Also theoretical consideration, conceptualization, semiosis, semiogenesis, one of the very important topics there. Phenomenology, developed mostly by Morton. Agency and complexity, we talk about composite agency, ecological problems, and agentology as a kind of synthesis of different disciplines, including biosemiotics as a core, which leads to cross-pollination of science and philosophy. So the defining semiotic agency, it's a capacity of acting purposefully. So that's the core of agency, goal-directedness and autonomy, and using signs to make informed choices. Regulation and control do not imply determinism. Instead, there is a semiotic causation, is assumed as a replacement for traditional efficient causation as used in biology. So that's the methodology of going beyond mechanism. The role of science is to signify, and the role of agents is to interpret science and act. And in the hierarchy of functions, agents are superior to science. So signs are tools, information tools, semiotic tools used by agents to make their activity functional and purposeful. Agents' activity depends on individual experience, which is usually called subjectivity, as well as by group experience in lineages, populations, colony, culture. And the importance of phenomenology is emphasized through the whole book. So again, so what is the agency? In Cartesian dualism, agency was restricted to humans. So this is kind of privileged status. Humans can do all the active thing and nobody else can. Somebody may say that it's a white male who's active, and sometimes it's narrowed even down that. Then, agency was extended to animals after the progress in biology, ecology, and cognitive science. Then, biosemiotics came into the scene, and agency was extended to all organisms, including plants, single-cell organisms, bacteria. But it's still not the whole story. So organisms are not the end of agency. So we need a little bit more generic term, and the term agency fits very well into this generalization of the notion of organism. So we need to add parts of organisms to the agency, because what is a living cell? So living cell is an agency in itself, and it has its own autonomy and its own goal-directedness, which somehow fits in the autonomy and goal-directedness of the whole organism, multicellular organism. And individual cells are ancestors to the multicellular organisms. The same thing goes with organelles within cells. We know that mitochondria originated from some sort of bacteria. Also ribosomes. Ribosomes also seems to be very ancient structures that probably were completely autonomous at some point, and they were either symbionts or parasites of ancient cells, and then they became integrated. So what is proteins? Proteins is also some kind of agency, and possibly the primordial agency that were before the cells, they maybe not looked as proteins because proteins are very complex, but they maybe were similar to coenzymes that were collaborating with each other, so made a community of coenzymes together with other structures of their local environment. And so that was the kind of primordial agency. Then colonies, consortia is the superorganism agency. They also need to be included, like the ant nest colony. We know lichens are combining fungi and algae into one functional organism, which is an agency. But this is again not the end. So the next is adding autonomous tools and temporary organizations. So this is mostly related to the human sphere, because we are making robots, cars, computers. But if we think clearly, we also see a deep analogy. So our computer is something like a ribosome for a cell. So ribosome is doing the automated job that is programmed by the cell, maybe a 3D printer that prints the protein. Also businesses, nations, governments as temporary organizations that are made from humans and their activity. That's why there are different types of agents, and we should not try to fit one model of agency to everything. So there are stages of agency development as well as stages of symbiosis. So here are some types of agents. I will not go through this list. You can look in the book. But there are deep changes in hierarchy, production, activity, resources, movement, symbiosis, origin of components, individuation. And also agencies normally active, but as you can see, the activity can be active, dormant, and potential agents. So not all agents are actually active, so they may have simply a potency for activity. And furthermore, the signs also can be potential signs with potential meanings. They are not really signs yet, but they have a capacity to become signs if they are encountered by an agent. Major qualitative levels of semiosis here are proto-semiosis, which is based on signal-based sensing. So there is no reality assumed beyond the signals. So it's a kind of world of signals alone. No pattern-based recognition in proto-semiosis. Then minimal mind is eusemiosis, where sensorial patterns are linked with individual objects, and these are recognized as object types. So there's kind of classifiers, simple classifiers. Then cognition comes with representation-based learning, so it's another step. So not just habituation and sensitization. It requires representational memory when all kinds of objects are integrated into thesaurus or into the whole scheme. You can find missing objects or new objects. And finally, symbolic thinking is abstract meaning, is detached from individual objects and objects' features. In the book, we present a revision of theoretical platform of biosemiotics. Again, I will not go through all of them, but for example, on the left, you see that in traditional semiotics, it's assumed that life and semiosis are coextensive. In the extended semiotic agency concept, it is transcending the boundary between living and non-living systems. So there may be non-living agency, such as autonomous artifacts, such as maybe ribosome, so it's kind of on the boundary between living and non-living. It doesn't have all the components of living. But all semiotic agents are historically rooted in life, and that's why, to some extent, the thesis on life and semiosis are coextensive is still correct. So that's the dialectics of widening biosemiotic platform. So we are focusing on functions and goals of agents which are ultimately in charge of sign relations. So it's wider than just sign relation. Emphasis on agency as a system, not just interpreter, not just habit, not just perception, but integration of all that. Considering composite agents in multiple levels of semiosis. So agency is a distinct level of ontology. Why it is distinct? Because of a feedback between agent's existence and its purposes. So it's a kind of purposeful existence that augments itself. So because agency exists, it can implement, follow its purposes, and purposes supports the existence of the agency. And agency different from merely physical things because with the exception of primordial agents, all agents are produced by other agents with at least a comparable level of complexity. Agents have a power to control some physical processes in their bodies and in their environment. And advanced agents develop internal models of the world. Semiogenesis is considered as one of the important types of semiosis where new kinds of sign relations emerge. The important thing is the semiogenesis is always based on the agency, its active agency activity. So it's not the mutations that are primary causes of adaptive evolution. Mutations are just disturbances that are being interpreted creatively by agents and subagents. So on different levels. And this is how adaptation goes forward, by creative interpretation. And then it may become fixed, incorporated by genetic accommodation. So in cognitive animals and humans, the major source of semiogenesis is learning, concepts, models of reality. And agents are composite, so that's the way the dualism between life and non-life is resolved. So it's a continuous scale of agential capacities and heterarchy and hierarchy. Understanding of this hierarchy, subagents as semi-autonomous units that have partially cooperative, partially antagonistic relations between themselves within the whole. This is the way how we resolve the dualism problem. So that's basically it. I will not read the conclusions, so we can go to discussion.
Thank you, Alexei, for a wonderful presentation, and we have time for a few questions. Jana?
You mentioned many times that agents have purposes and are purposeful. So I will be really interested in your concept of teleology, whether you use it like, for example, like Kant or Drish called it static teleology, right?
Ontology?
Teleology.
Yes.
Yeah, because there are differences whether you use it as a tool, as a heuristic tool for explanation, like Kant used to explain teleology, or for example Drish called it statistic teleology, right? Or whether you believe, like Denis Walsh, that there are actually purposes and goals in terms of living beings.
So teleology is hierarchical also. So in simple agents, it is much more simple. So in simple agents, teleology is not representational. So it's not like bacteria have real goals. But bacteria have habits that were formed during preceding evolution. And this is evolutionary teleology, which can be only understood by an outsider researcher, but not by bacteria itself. So they do not know that they are teleological agents, but they act as teleological agents.
Yeah, more.
Thanks, Alexei. That was very inspiring presentation. It evoked in me the question whether non-semiotic agency makes sense at all. I mean, the only question I can think of is this generalized usage of the term agent in computer science, like thing, where I would call it not semiosis-based agency, but signal-based agency. This is the only answer I can think of. What would you say on that? Is non-semiotic agency possible at all, strictly speaking?
Non-semiotic agency, the reason why we combine these two words, semiotic and agency, this was done by Hofmeyr first, I think. The reason is we would like to separate our notion of agency from those who look for self-organization. For example, hurricanes, flame, because they consider it as agency. Actually, these non-living agents, they may be agents if they are reused by living agency for their own purposes.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the end. This is the end of the first session. I would like to one more thank all the presenters and discussions, and we are slightly behind the schedule, so let's meet at 11:45, quarter to 12, and we will start with the next session. Thanks. Thank you, and I'm sorry that I
From what?
We're live. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I was freaking out. In any case, my backup system is going to be, I will take this USB and I'll connect it to my computer and I'll stream from there. If this for some reason collapses, I'll just do the stream from there using that the small one that you have there.
I'm afraid you will be no audio from the
but
it doesn't matter because the presenter is online on the other user.
I'm going to ask you for a long USB cable because remember I have my microphone. I have a USB microphone that I can use and I can connect it right there. So in case, something like this one. We can even use this one maybe or something.
I have another one. I will take a look for
just in case of emergency.
Just to be sure that the guy before me is ready to go, right?
Yeah. Fill it. He will be presenting.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, don't worry.
I wanted to ask you first, before you start, the second, there is presentation of open there, so I should close it and open presentation of
right now this is the first presentation that we have. So we're going to introduce Philip, and then I'll tell him to go live. I need to so I'm going to ask him.
Yes, yes. Hi, Philip.
Hello everyone, I think we can start our second panel of today, and our first presenter is Philip Kudeli with his presentation Icon, Image and Inquiry and Debates on Speculation. He would present online.
Hello, my name is Philip Kudeli, and my talk is entitled Icon, Image and Inquiry and Debates and Speculation. I begin with an observation by Peirce about the icon that has always intrigued me. I then move to a consideration of the image, what it is that we see and observe. This, of course, is not quite the same thing as the semiotic icon. However, what we see as the semiotic icon. However, what we see as visual or other images is not simply a reflection of outer reality, but is in part a construction of our minds, or as we say, our brains. So following in different ways, Deely, Echo, and Hoffmeyer, I would argue that there has to be a semiotic, in fact a biosemiotic, of how we present to ourselves the world we perceive. And Gregory Bateson considered this question of the image in light of what he called empirical epistemology, in which questions that have vexed philosophers for millennia could be considered anew in the light of natural history. So here is the strange thing Peirce says about the icon. He says, by the direct observation of it, other truths concerning its object can be discovered than those which suffice to determine its construction. And he also says the icon has a capacity of revealing unexpected truth. So here is the world as it appears to our eyes, what is called the image. This revealed iconic image is experienced as first, as phenomenologically primary, self-evidently immediate, but nevertheless it is the result of unconscious processes of construction. And Bateson was trying to get us to pull back from the taken-for-grantedness of the iconic image and to see it again as something not fully understood. So, for a simple example of that, there was a very informal undergraduate publication which asked the question, well, how do you get students to recognize the non-trivial? And as his response to that, Gregory Bateson discussed Leonardo da Vinci and what it was that he felt to be important. And one of the topics that Bateson mentioned that Leonardo was interested in was visual images. Now, there are all sorts of ancient and medieval theories of these images, which he attributed to Leonardo, and then said, but any modern student would know them to be wrong. But he concluded by asking, but just what are visual images? Not on the retina, for those images you do not see, but in the brain. Now, in all his classes, just about every class he ever taught, he would mention the Adalbert Ames experiments in visual perception. Now, this picture slide is an illustration of what's called the Ames room, which is a illusion, optical illusion, that you can see in just about any science museum, the Exploratorium in San Francisco and others all over the world. And basically, if you've done this, you've gone and looked through the keyhole, you see that one of your friends is very much smaller, one of them is very much taller. But Bateson had a different point to make with it. Now, ignore the people in this illustration, because that's not the point. He was in Adalbert Ames' home office, experimental apparatus, and he was instructed to take a stick through the keyhole, or take a stick and hit a piece of paper while he was looking through the keyhole in this trapezoidal room, which looks differently. And he failed and failed and failed, maybe 50 times. But every time he got closer to hitting the target, the illusion started to fade, and his perception became closer to the true trapezoidal shape of the room. So the 2 points that are connected with that illustration, that why Bateson taught it in all his classes, is that visual image formation is the process of the unconscious processes of construction, which deal with parallax and so on, but also that these are subject to feedback, and in fact, that by acting in the world, you can change what you see. So, continuing, he's still remarked that in spite of this experimentation, the fact of image formation remains almost totally mysterious. How it is done, we know not, nor indeed for what purpose. And furthermore, it may make adaptive sense to present images to consciousness without wasting psychological process of how they are made. But why do we use images at all? Or what is the primary reason for being aware of any part of our mental processes? And then he speculated that image formation is perhaps a convenient or economical method of passing information across some sort of interface. Now, given that he was part of the Macy conferences in the 1940s and 50s, which have some relation to what was going on in those years, the Second World War, here was an example that came ready to his mind, and based on what he was told by some other members of the Macy conference. So the operator an anti-aircraft gun on a ship targets airplanes in the sky. Information from sighting devices, such as radar, is summarized as a moving dot on the screen. This small circle here indicates how it's aimed, and the operator turns knobs to aim the gun, which moves the circle and the dot to come together, and when the aim meets the target, we fire. So he said this example involves two interfaces, the sensory system to the human, and the human to an effector system, which I would just call to action in the world, in the Umwelt. So could these two interfaces process information in any other mode but an iconic image? He claimed no. This iconic mode is the most economic or efficient way to present information at interfaces. And if that speculation is correct, then the iconic image is formed because animals deal with many interfaces. Another thing he used to say about interfaces, by the way, is that they are boundaries which connect. And I'll just leave that for a moment. So, returning to the classic era of cybernetics, you'll notice 1940, you'll notice Maduron is one of the authors. What the frog's eye tells the frog's brain. The point, actually kind of where this paper starts from is something well known about frogs, which is that they do not see anything that does not move. So if you're a fly, and you're within what we would think of as the visual scope of a frog, and you're not moving, you're safe. But the moment you get up and move and fly, you are now a difference that makes a difference, and the tongue of the frog will go out and will catch you. So the same thing Gregory Bateson observed with geckos who were living at his house in Hawaii. On the other hand, he would contrast this with the condition in human beings and probably many other animals that use micronystagmus or saccades, which is the constant movement of the eye which creates differences in order to perceive them by constantly this constant motion that we're not aware of the eye. Hoffmeyer discussed this and said that it's an index or a kind of an indication of what is salient to the organism at that time. But be that as it may, I would argue that it's still a freer method of image making in the perception of the eye, and that it allows for more exploration and inquiry and even play within the image than the type of eye which so much focuses on, which does not move and create this image in the same way. Now, these images of this type may not only be visual ones. So here's some examples of echolocation. Most famous animals that do this are bats and dolphins. And of course, there's something else that's done with submarines, but it's you know, if you're in the submarine, you'll see a visual image. But dolphins, experimentally, according to a brand new book, An Immense World that I recommend, seem to generate 3D images from echolocation. But there are also human echolocators, as I found out from the local news, that there was a local blind child in Sacramento who skateboards in his suburb. And then the spokesman of this process, Daniel Kish, who gives TED Talks and is all over, you can look him up on YouTube, but he was blind from late infancy, and he uses clicks to navigate through busy airports, to camp in the wilderness, and to tell how far one interviewer parked from the curb. So this is another illustration that shows how the echolocation works. You make certain clicks, and the sound reflects off, and you can, if you're a practiced echolocator, you can identify objects. You even identify movement inside objects. One thing that's interesting is that in these experts, when they look at the brain, it lights up the same areas of the brain that are usually considered the visual brain areas. So Ed Young mentions the idea that maybe we should think of them as mapping areas of the brain rather than strictly visual. And mapping is referring back to the same kind of image making I'm talking about. So Daniel Kish, who may be remembering as a child or maybe just using language and comparing it to the way other people use language, but he describes what he experiences using these clicks as in this way, that you get a continuous sort of vision, as if you used flashes to light up a darkened scene, that it comes into a three-dimensional fuzzy clarity, but with definitely 3D, that it has spatial relationship, depth of structure, and density and texture, and so on. In not the same kind of high definition that vision has, because of the difference in physics between the different types of waves, but still there is a family resemblance. That's what I'm describing here. Now, given all these different examples of the image, what can we hypothesize? I have my own hypothesis, which is this. The image is an interface between the thirdness of the organism, which includes its unconscious rules of information processing, and the less predictable secondnesses within its milieu or umwelt. And as we noted, the image changes by feedback with the milieu so as to facilitate the organism's actions in the milieu. And that's the moral of Bateson's experience with the Ames room, and that's the moral of how human echolocation improves with practice. So Bateson used this paradox also in his classes and in Steps to Ecology of Mind. He said, consider the impossibility of constructing a television set which would report upon its screen all the workings of its component parts, including especially those parts concerned in its reporting. In all perception, what suffices to determine its construction, as Peirce writes, always becomes hidden including acquired habits and biological wiring, etc., but it can still be seen as a semiotic of how we present our world to ourselves. And so this perceptual interface that is experienced as the image, going back to the very beginning of the talk, has what I call a Persian icon nature, because this interface is structured to enable what first called the discovery of unexpected truths. It backgrounds what suffices to determine its construction, which is this so-called Batesonian unconscious, so as to foreground the unexpected truths which the organism must deal with in its ongoing living. And in spite of the physics of all of this, its experience can be seen as a semiotic. Some people might prefer a proto-semiotic, but it's a way that we present the world to ourselves. And it's a semiotic that works as an added interface, a boundary that connects the secondnesses, which we sometimes think of as out there, with the interpretive actions of the organism, which we sometimes think of as in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Philip. And now we have 5 minutes for questions. So everyone who would like to ask a question, please come here. Some hands?
Just leave a nice corridor.
There is chat. Yeah, I'm using the chat. Is there any questions from you? I will relay the questions through chat to Philip. That's why my face is appearing on there. Any questions? Oh, you can ask straight just from here. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. From there.
From there. Say, still, I would like to hear a little comment about your view of relationship between icon and image.
I'm muted.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Icon and image?
You have
Left
to
arm.
Your
Carl, would you like to ask again?
You have to ask again.
The mic was on.
Yeah, this is, shall I start to think about responding or?
Yeah.
Okay. The icon is part of the whole question of a sign, and I'm broadening the concept of image. Now, Bateson was not as rigorously Persian all the time in the way he used icon, and very often he would talk about iconic communication. Now, in that sense, the kind of mapping, the kind of experience that we have in 3 dimensions, or that we imagine to be pure perception, but that still is constructed by all these unconscious processes and changes with us. It's still, I would argue, a semiotic phenomenon. It's not the same as the icon in Peirce's sense of strictly a sign. So there's a definite relatedness there, but there's also a distinction that I will respect if someone wants to make it. I'm not saying that they are the same exact thing.
Thank you, Philip. has another question, we have time for another question. If no, then we can proceed with our next presenter, Carl Estrada.
Thank you for that.
Carl would present on a biosemiotic model of an evolving human species and evolution, evolving God.
Everyone can hear me? Rebecca, can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon. I am Carl Estrada. I attended the weekend workshop and I am pleased to be able to present to you today. Due to time constraints, I can only present a general overview of my work. I will necessarily have to omit a lot of details. Are all three of these insights anthropological insights? The nodal insight or nodal moment at about 400 BC and the one at the turn of the millennium are certainly anthropological insights. Insights of a human about humans. But with Augustine, the insight is not an anthropological insight. It is a human insight about God. These three nodal moments do not exist on the same semantic plane. This triad is not a pattern. But what if the pattern is double-stranded? What if there is an anthropological strand of insights running parallel? Three pairs at 2000 BC, 1600 BC, and 1200 BC, and then 4 pairs at 800 BC, 400 BC, the turn of the millennium, and then 400 CE. In 2 mathematical contexts, we have reached a limit. Math mode 1, math mode 2. But wait a minute. The progression of nodal pairs is time moving forward, and time has to keep moving forward. Stephen Hawking tells us in his volume entitled A Brief History of Time that there are 3 reasons that time must keep moving forward. It cannot stop, it cannot go backwards. So what happens now? In the progression of the double-stranded pairs of anthropological nodes and deific nodes. What happens is that the double strand of nodal pairs splits in 2 and then continues as 2 different double strands. In addition, time here is not just some abstract ethereal phenomenon. Time here is the march of cultural history. Cultural events happen on the ground. Augustine writes his confession. Socrates stands trial. Elijah experiences something on Mount Horeb. So as the progression of nodal pairs reaches its limit, what happens culturally speaking? What happens on the ground? What happens is the appearance of the Quran, which splits the double strand in 2, and then the 2 new double strands, 2 of them, 2 double strands, continue. I am asking you to see this pattern that I have been introducing as the semiotic signified the structure of the DNA molecule as sign. The biological double strand signifies the double strand of cultural history. The double strand of biological base pairs signifies the double strand of binodal pairs. In both, replication occurs as a split. We have code duality in the Jesper Hoffmeyer sense, the digital code introduced earlier, and the analogical code in the sense that the entire set of double strands mirrors the structure of the DNA molecule. But in asking you to see what I see, I am in effect asking you to declare me innocent. Innocent of violating model semantics. Now think of the structure of the Roman Catholic Mass. You have attended such a ritual, or you have seen parts of it enacted in film. Right now, when you think of the structure of the Roman Catholic Mass, what are you thinking of? In 1990, the novelist Michael Crichton published a novel entitled Jurassic Park. The characters and events of that novel revolve around a particular kind of animal. And if you do not know to what kind of animal I refer, then I do not know what planet you're from. In the novel, there is a character who is a mathematician. And at one point, this mathematician starts discussing fractals, particularly a family of fractals called self-similar fractals. By way of illustration, observe. You see here a geometric characterization of human heterosexual sex. What happens in heterosexual sex? There is a beginning of foreplay, and then rising excitement. 2 hearts start beating faster and faster and faster. There is a rush of blood in the male, and a flood of lubrication in the female. And the high point in the geometric figure is a kind of explosion, followed by decreasing heart rates with frequent simultaneous rhythmic breathing, and then relaxation, and possibly a cigarette. That self-similar fractal that I just illustrated is also the governing fractal over these 5 different domains. I am not violating model semantics as long as I can show fractal self-similarity. You must accept this declaration of my innocence, or you cannot accept my hypothesis as one of productive value. In the case of my hypothesis, the biological double helix, one of the cornerstone structures of life itself, corresponds to the double strand of nodal pairs. On the one hand, the double helix replicates, and on the other hand, the pattern of the biological relationship between an evolving human species and an evolving God splits in two, and then continues as before. That geometric progression, in the case of my hypothesis, occurs after 9 iterations. But in the case of the double helix, the replication, of course, can occur after any base pair. Nevertheless, there is a geometric configuration. There is another geometric configuration that is being made, where the double helix revolves around an imaginary axis, and it completes one 360-degree revolution, guess what? About every 10 base pairs. Close enough to the number 9, in my opinion. Finally, a new nodal pair should have occurred, or will occur, sometime between 1970 and the year 2030. In the case of the anthropological node specifically, I would think that it would in the end be the insight that it is absolutely necessary to realize the importance of stewardship of our environment, stewardship of our planet, in order to be in dialogue with God. But time will tell. I present to you the voices of light, and I kind of nicknamed that because at the beginning of my abstract I mentioned these voices, and they come from the previous two conferences. Now, they did not inspire the formation of my hypothesis, but rather they inspired my desire to come before you today and present an overview of my hypothesis. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such interesting and exciting presentation. And we have 4 minutes, so it's one big question or 2 short questions. Yes, Adam?
Thank you. I'll try to keep it short. I understand that progression of spiritually inspiring characters, I understand that progression of spiritually inspiring characters that you showed us is simply an example meant to illustrate your argument about the double helix. But I cannot not notice that, as much as we semioticians like Augustine was certainly not the first individual of the Abrahamic religions to think that God is love, right? The idea goes way, way back. And if I am to be really explicit, well, think of the apostolic and early church fathers, right? I mean, actually, the Gospels are mostly about that, and very explicitly the epistles, right? In Galatians, Paul pretty much says, love is greater than faith, simplifying now. The John's epistles are all about God is love. Augustine was not the first one over there.
Yeah, but remember what I said was the nodal insight is not necessarily entirely new. It is either new or it is being given unprecedented emphasis. So what I was saying about Augustine is that he's giving that idea, God is love, unprecedented emphasis. He's not so much making a description as identifying in some sense a real identity. You follow me? Other people had said similar things before, but he gives it unprecedented emphasis. To give a different example, Socrates, in emphasizing critical thought, I mean, he wasn't the first one to think that thinking critically was important, but he gave it unprecedented emphasis. Okay?
I think I understand your argument. I look forward to talking somewhere. I don't think I agree with you.
Okay. Yeah, and really, I mean, if you, I'm telling you this in all honesty, if you don't think I belong in this group, then please tell me, because, it has to be the right fit, so, I'm serious. We'll talk. Okay. Yeah, and really, I mean, if you, I'm telling you this in all honesty, if you don't think I belong in this group, then please tell me, because you know, it has to be the right fit. You know, so we'll talk. Okay. Yeah, and really, I mean, if you, I'm telling you this in all honesty. If you don't think I belong in this group, then please tell me, because you know it has to be the right fit. You know, so we'll talk. Okay. Yeah, and really, I mean, if you. I'm telling you this in all honesty. If you don't think I belong in this group, then please tell me, because you know it has to be the right fit. You know, so we'll talk. Okay. Yeah, and really, I mean, if you, I'm telling you this in all honesty. If you don't think I belong in this group, then please tell me, because you know it has to be the right fit. You know, so we'll talk. Okay. Yeah, and really, I mean, if you, I'm telling you this in all honesty. If you don't think I belong in this group, then please tell me, because you know it has to be the right fit. You know, so we'll talk. Okay. Yeah, and really, I mean, if you. I'm telling you this in all honesty. If you don't think I belong in this group, then please tell me, because you know it has to be the right fit. You know, so okay. Yeah, and really, I mean, if you.
Reasons for work, for education, think about online conferencing. We spend more and more time online, so we don't know actually what's going to happen in the future, but maybe this is a scenario that may continue in the days ahead. We don't know really. But if this is not enough to contend with, there has been a growing awareness around artificial intelligence. AI has had a huge impact on the creation, the processing, and the circulation of images. Now, what is of interest to me is that in the past, there used to be a unique object or a unique model for fakes and for copies, usually few in numbers. But today fakes are created ex nihilo from already existing data sets. Now these techniques basically create very realistic digital images and videos which are very much indistinguishable from the real ones. Here are some examples. Would you say that those are real faces or non-genuine faces? Another example from so-called deep nostalgia. Can a picture of a dead person be animated? Again, another example. Can a deepfake video be so realistic to fool everybody? So here's my question, which is quite straightforward. How do we make sense of face images, which are created artificially from the point of view of semiotics? I believe that there is here a room for ethical, for epistemological, and for semiotical questions. Now, in order to tackle this issue, I basically frame the whole problem around one single thesis, which is the loss of the referent. This is not my own terminology, as I borrow it from postmodernist theory and from theory of aesthetics, but anyhow, this thesis is quite simple. In fact, it posits that there seems to be a gradual shift from a tight connection of science, today reference, to a situation where science and reference have been basically detached, or where the referent does not seem to exist at all, although the image created gives the impression that the referent exists. Fine. So in order to support this argument, basically I will discuss it from two different perspectives. The one from the, let's say, semiotics of culture, in particular Lodgman and Piatigorsky, and the second one from postmodernist perspective, in particular Baudrillard. I contend that although from different premises, those two types of approaches come to the same conclusion. In this presentation, I will also move back and forth between three main concepts. One is the organic phase, the other one is its an analog representation, and the third one is its digital representation, which was touched upon just some time ago. The backbone of my speech is as follows. First of all, I will discuss some illustrations taken from the history of semiotics that signals the relation between indexes and human faces. Secondly, I will lay out what is the main thesis, that is the loss of the referent. And thirdly, if I have time, I will outline some of the strategies that we can use in order to cope with a new epistemic crisis. But first of all, I want to make a point straight about Lotman, because this is often a source of confusion. So for Lotman and Piatigorsky, value, which was mentioned yesterday, is attached to texts via material fixation. Now, the material fixation gives a surplus of meaning, which marks the difference between texts and non-texts. This means that culture gives value to a text through the expression of the text itself. So, for instance, written texts have more value than oral texts in certain cultures, or what is engraved in stone or in some precious material is considered text as distinct from what is written on perishable materials. Now, it is my contention that, as compared to written cultures and oral cultures, in digital cultures, there has been a gradual loss of the function of the signifier in order to index the value of texts, and in particular, the values of truthfulness. Now, about human faces. Certainly, there is a long pedigree about the connection between faces and indexical signs. First of all, in the history of semiotics, you will find illustrations of the so-called natural semiosis. Just bear in mind the signa naturalia of Augustine. In anthropology, faces have been used as examples of unintentional cues in communication. Think about the famous example of Clifford Geertz' unintentional winking of the eye. In biology, Charles Darwin has used faces in order to study the expressions of emotions in animals and in man. But the place where you find a lot of illustrations of faces as indexes is certainly ancient physiognomy as well as the medical tradition of semiotics. Physiognomy was predicated upon the principle of identity, which posits that there exists a tight link between characteristic sign of the face and character of people, and that one is the cause and the other is the effect. Physiognomy indeed unifies together, so facial traits and character in one single type. For example, large protruding ears would signify fearfulness, or a receding chin would signify falsehood, etc., etc. But also in the so-called medical semiotics, you find examples of faces as indexes. Indeed, facial signs are often taken as symptoms of the disease. In fact, it is not a coincidence that symptoms are often included into the typology of signs. Take, for instance, the famous typology laid out by Thomas Seeberg, or the typology of signs, one of the typology of signs of Umberto Eco, where symptoms are included. I will now move from an organic understanding of faces to an analog representation in order to show you some examples where such representations hold a tight link between image and a referent. The first example is mirror reflections, which perhaps is the tightest that you can get in terms of the connection between a face image and its referent. Indeed, the face reflected in a mirror is a very good example of a double, as it duplicates the subject or object in front of the mirror. Whether mirror reflection is a sign or not we can discuss about this, but the property of duplication of mirrors is in plain sight. However, what should be emphasized here is that mirror reflections have a close connection with the referent. Without the referent, indeed, mirror reflection would not exist at all. So the image reflected into the mirror is essentially bounded to the object it reflects. So this means that the image is causally produced by the object and it cannot be produced in the absence of it. Second example is the depth mask. This example is discussed di semiotica generale in his theory of sign production. As you see, in this case, the connection between depth mask and the face of the dead person is quite literal, as it factors in the production of the sign itself. Eco writes indeed that masks, in this case depth masks, are examples of congruencies or casts, which indeed, and I quote, in which, and I quote, a point of the physical space of the expression corresponds to each point in the space of the real object. Even if you take the classical example of a general face mask, so as a face covering, there is always a connection between what is hidden, in this case the face, and what is apparent, the mask. So this connection still permeates all these examples. The last illustration is coming from analog photography. In this case, the relation between the object and its representation is continuous, its status is indexical, it is a sign that is an imprint, a trace, a cast, an index of the object, inasmuch as there is a correspondence and a physical connection with the object. So photography, and in particular analog photography, brought in two main changes. First, the technical reproducibility of the image meant that the image can be reproduced infinitely, and secondly, that the image is detached from the here and now. So what do we gain from all this? In the regime of indexical semiosis, signs are used as evidence, as proofs, and have an epistemic validity. It does not mean that they cannot lie. Indeed, they can lie, but they can anyway lie. But there is the fact that this process of altering the sign is still in place. So I would say that in this case, a total erasure of the sign cannot exist, because every erasure leaves the trace of this operation. But what is different then with digital representations of faces? And we come to the last bit. So the introduction of digital images is a game changer. This is a radical change and a paradigm shift, because the connection that we discussed so far between images and referent is obliterated. The emergence of the synthetic image indeed marks the detachment of the image from the object. The image created ex nihilo from existing image archives is a pure simulation. So images become simulacra in the true sense of the word. When speaking about simulacra, the immediate reference is to the works of Jean Baudrillard, as early as in 1995 with Perfect Crime, and also to his more recent studies about the intelligence of evil. Baudrillard foresaw the radical change introduced with digital images, which created what he calls integral reality or hyperreality. Whereas in analog photography, in analog representations, there is still a relationship between the image and the represented reality, such that there is still a trace of it, an imprint of reality remains. But in the case of digital image, this bond, this link is basically eroded. So according to Baudrillard, the crime is perfect and it leaves no traces. According to Baudrillard, digital images marks the death of the referent, so to speak. In other words, the referent disappears. Here's a quote from Baudrillard himself. In the virtual reality, the substitution of the world is total. This is an identical doubling of the world, its perfect mirroring. We have moved then from object reality to a later stage, a kind of ultra reality that puts an end to both reality and illusion. The computer-generated image is like this too, a digital image which is entirely fabricated, has no real referent, and from which, by contrast with analog images, the negative itself has disappeared. So what can we glean as a conclusive remarks from this discussion? First of all these theories converge on a single point, that the synthetic and digital images nullifies the referent in terms of semiotics. However, the indexicality present in these images is not a true indexicality, but is a pseudo-indexicality that is an effect of indexicality. In these types of images, indexicality is no longer in place as the connection with the referent is permanently lost, but these images can be thought as signs of indexes and therefore are pseudo-indexes. In other words, computer-generated images capitalizes on the epistemic value that photography and videos possess in order to achieve a very convincing effect of authenticity. Needless to say, they can be very convincing and formally perfect, but it doesn't mean they do denotate. This said, I believe that a technophobic scenario will not help us. I believe that semiotics can instead be part of a network of disciplines that work towards the creation of a new ecology of media and a semioethics that puts back the individual, the awareness, and the responsibility of the person at the center of the debate. Perhaps we need a new philosophy of digital technology, biosemiotically oriented at the center, of which is personal responsibility and personal awareness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Remo, for such a stunning presentation, and we have possibility only for one question.
Thank you for this very inspiring presentation. I really very much appreciate pointing out the loss of the reference, which may seem harmless at the beginning, but it can have long-term severe consequences, because the sign relation is actually a trust relation, in my opinion, that must be kept up. And the loss of the referent in the long run will detach this sign relation from the ground and may lead to loss of trust, which is really very crucial. So I really appreciate that you are using awareness as a reference. So my question would be, how could you integrate into technology, or at least technological ethics, such that decision makers are aware of the fact that they are playing with the trust climate that is crucial to anything we can do as humans and human beings. Could you comment on that?
Thank you for the question and the comments. I take the stance that I don't believe that the people that work in technology fields are intending to do anything about it. But I believe that us, from our disciplines, in particular the field of semiotics, can take a stance And this stance has to be decided what kind of stance it is, whether whether the direction is a pedagogical direction, perhaps, in order to point out what are the fallacies of these types of images, or integrate also, like I said, a sort of a semioetics, and that will make us aware both of the possibilities, but also of the pitfalls that we somewhat encounter in this type of texts. Bear in mind that Baudrillard was writing in the 90s, and a lot has been happening in the past 20 years or so. And perhaps even more will happen in the next 10 or 15 years. So my point here was to try of giving some sort of a signposts taken from general semiotics that could help to provide a framework for understanding those types of images. Okay.
Thank you so much,
Maybe if we go to presentation. Yeah. Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So, thank you very much. So, first consideration, there is no better place than Czech Republic to talk about creating artificial and canniness, of course. You remember the golem. Just a joke. So, facets. Let me say something about the project. It's an ERC consolidator grant that studies whether and how the meaning of the face changes in the digital era. That is the era in which communication is increasingly mediated through digital devices, platforms, and networks. I'm the PI of facets. Facets has multiple foci, but the main discipline involved is semiotics, and you had a splendid example of research conducted in facets through the lecture of the presentation of Remo Gramigna. So facets was not planned to have a biosemiotic perspective, but inevitably it is having one. The face, indeed, is a study area where many dimensions converge, from culture to society, from psychology to biology. The face is a biosemiotic device, yet this is probably a pleonastic statement. In this paper, in this presentation, I would not like to limit myself to generically affirm the biosemiotic relevance of the face. Instead, I would like to point out two issues about the face that to me are absolutely central, and at the same time take a completely different dimension if they're studied from a characteristically biosemiotic point of view. Characteristically biosemiotic means, at least to me, that the meaning of the face is considered as influenced by the phylogenetic evolution of the human species and the ontogenetic interaction of its members with the environment, other humans, other species, the Umwelt. I should point out, however, that I did not develop this biosemiotic dimension and studied the relevant literature out of direct interest in the biology of the face and its connection with meaning. I should rather say that I came across biological and biosemiotic literature about the face starting from a series of philosophical problems which were not initially formulated in biosemiotic terms. In other words, I'm not a laboratory guy looking at philosophy. I'm a philosopher, semiotician, peeping into laboratories. So the first issue is at the center of facets. I could call it the issue of singularity. One of the hypotheses that I develop in facets, indeed, is that digital communication is not changing the overall meaning of the human face, but it is altering a specific aspect of it, that is, the connection between the human face and the meaning of singularity. In a nutshell, this connection can be described as follows. Every time we see a face and every time our face is seen, that normally gives rise to the idea that that face is unique and that is attached to a unique personality. Behind the face, that is, we posit singular emotions, thoughts, and intentions. The digital transformation is perhaps eroding the connection between the human face and its meaning of singularity. Before investigating such erosion, however, and before seeking to understand whether it is taking place or not, one should clarify what singularity means and how this value is attached to the human face. Omitting such preliminary inquiry may indeed lead to stereotypical jeremiads about the moral evil brought about by new technology. We don't need that. So reflection on face and singularity must start from the incontrovertible empirical evidence that all faces are biologically different. They look different in most circumstances, but above all, they are morphologically different. Even in the case of identical twins which share an identical face genotype, their phenotype is systematically differentiated by random asymmetries that take shape already in a maternal womb and become even deeper afterwards. The human species shows a large variety of facial genotypes, which gives rise to an even greater variety of facial phenotypes. At the same time, such variety is usually such that faces can nevertheless be recognized as faces, although they all look different from each other. Dramatic alterations of the morphology of a face must occur before it can no longer be recognized as a face. Human beings are particularly skilled at determining whether a visual configuration corresponds to a face and at discriminating among different occurrences of it. So the first question is why? Why such a variety? Such question must be divided into two related issues. First, why there is so much genotypical and phenotypical facial variety, and second, why humans seem to be extremely keen on spotting it. These two questions, and especially the second one, are eminently biosemiotic, at least to me. They bear on how some natural characteristics of the human species become key in processes of meaning production, and on how, in turn, such processes transform the interaction between these characteristics and the environment. An answer to the first question might be, so why such a variety? The answer might be, why not? After all, morphological variation is present across nature in all spheres, deriving from exponential combinatorial interactions of elements in the Umwelt. The core issue here, therefore, is not variety. There are no two identical rocks, as there are no two identical leaves, as there are not two identical faces. The core issue here relates rather to the second question above: why does the variety of faces stand out? For it stands out not only socio-culturally, but also biosemiotically. As an ample literature demonstrates, human brains are specialized for the identification of facial images, and what is even more striking, are specialized for the recognition of singular faces. In other words, if singularity is across nature, why for the human species it matters, especially as regards the face. So I should now quote some articles that spurred my reflection in this field, many of them published in the excellent Biosemiotics. The first one is Face Recognition and the Social Individual by Louis Goldberg, published in Biosemiotics in 2013. It's a good technical article. It describes the processes that enable a unique face pattern to be represented as a percept in the visual sensory system. To me, the crucial word of the article is micro. On the one hand, of crucial importance for biomarker identification is the existence of a microanatomical structural level in which every iris and face is morphologically unique. On the other hand, I quote, "It has been proposed that prosopagnosia results when damage occurs in the intermediary nuclei of the microcircuits that link the face representations and the memory stores, since it has been demonstrated that the visual sensory system and the rostral temporal cortex, the memory stores, are functional in the prosopagnosiac." It's a wonderful article, I really recommend it. In other words, Goldberg, 2013, proposes that, I quote again, an analogy can be drawn between the macro and microstructures of the face and iris and the macro and microstructures that are involved in the transfer of information from the representations in the primary visual sensory system to the temporal cortex memory stores. So faces are variant anatomical microstructures that activate cognitive microcircuits in face recognition unless something goes wrong, and we have, of course, prosopagnosia. In a subsequent paper, The Codes of Recognition, also by Louis J. Goldberg and Leonard A. Rosenblum, also published in Biosemiotics in 2014, this article suggests that the relation between these two levels of microfeatures is not direct, but coded through an adapter. You know, it's a very interesting concept. It is not very well defined in the article, I think, but it is a very interesting concept. The eye itself is the structural adapter that embodies the rules of the code that implement the correspondence. So a third article I would like to call attention to is face recognition not so unique after all? By Isabelle Gauthier and Nikos K. Logothetis, appeared actually many years ago. I'm sorry that I hadn't read it before, in Cognitive Neuropsychology, but this is a consequence of studying a new object. You know, you come across a new literature. The article, as I said, is not new, but the connection that it ignited in my research is novel. So to me, reading this passage in particular was mind-blowing. I quote it: "Behavioral work in humans suggests that non-face objects may be processed like faces if subjects are required to discriminate between visually similar exemplars and acquire sufficient expertise in doing so." End of quote. It seems that the encoding scheme used for faces may also be employed for other classes with similar properties. Thus, regarding their neural encoding, faces are not special, but rather, as these authors claim, is the default special class in the primate recognition system. To me, this was a revelation, reading this article, because it provided empirical evidence for an insight they have philosophically developed throughout facets. The meaning of singularity is key in the interaction of human faces. A Franco-Lithuanian philosopher, Levinas, made it the pillar of his ethics. But subsequent philosophers, Deleuze and Guattari, Derrida, Haraway, Kocha, Aloa, inquired, what about the faces of non-human animals, of non-mammals, of plants? So perhaps the value of singularity and the ethics that stems from it, that we humans usually attach to faces, does not depend on them, but on how we biosemiotically see them. By default, we treat faces as unique, yet this same biosemiotics and semio-cognitive process can be projected onto other objects. On the one hand, we can learn to visually, cognitively, and ethically treat other objects as if they were faces. On the other hand, we can deface faces and treat them as if they had no distinctiveness. So, another article I found very interesting. I think the author is in the Congress. It's morphological uniqueness, the concept and its relationship to indicators of biological quality of human faces from Equatorial Africa, published in 2021 in Symmetry. And I particularly enjoyed the conclusion of this very clever methodological proposal, which I quote: "Morphological uniqueness has the potential to be generalized and applied beyond the realm of human faces. Future studies may explore whether and how MU is associated with the genomic signatures of natural selection that underlies local adaptations. It can be used to explore any formal aspect of any organisms or their parts and find application within comparative biology and beyond, for instance, in the study of cultural evolution of human artifacts." So, as I said before, on the one hand, we can learn to visually, cognitively, and ethically treat other objects as if they were faces. The interesting biosemiotic aspect is that by doing so, we literally change the way our brain works. And biosemiotics and cognitive semiotics, together with theoretical morphology, are developing methodologies and instruments to actually measure the centrality of distinctiveness in the functioning of a brain, in the behavior of the human species, but also in the making of the factual variety of the Umwelt. We now know better how our species treats the uniqueness of shapes in the Umwelt, and even train our brain for distinctiveness in a certain visual domain, which is a cultural choice with ethical consequences. And let me end with another picture from Prague. If we look attentively, even glasses may all look different from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Massimo, and we have time for 2 short questions or 1 big one.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, but haven't you paid attention that before, for humans, faces became so important to distinguish as unique landscapes were had the same function or the same feature, landscapes, and not only for humans but for birds?
Thank you for this question, because it allows me to stress the fact that, of course, there is a cultural dimension in this centrality of the face as a standard object for singularity. You can see it also in the comparison between, let's say, Western and Eastern aesthetics. You know, the Eastern aesthetics, the aesthetics of China, for instance, develops the genre, the pictorial genre of the portrait very late in the 17th century, in the 18th century. For a long period of time, the most important singularity for Chinese aesthetics was exactly the singularity of the landscape. So that shows that, of course, there is a sort of a inclination of attaching singularity to faces, but this singularity developing and singularity discovering a process in the human mind is probably projectable onto other visual configurations, including, of course, landscapes. Yeah.
So maybe I will save the time and speak up. Thank you. I like what you are doing, not just because you're advertising my paper, but I absolutely agree, that the crucial question is about the variation of the faces and so on. But maybe we should modify this question like, what is the difference between the variation in faces and variation in the rest of the body? Because there is the evidence that the face are much more variable and less integrated in other body parts. So what do you think about how to proceed with the research on variation and faces, and also you talk about faces of the other non-human animals, and even plants you mentioned something.
Yeah.
So which is a little bit, okay. So what kind of, how do you define face then? Is it exposed surface, or is it just or some social organ? Because the flowers or blossoms are probably not faces, but maybe they are. That's my question.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I would say that we shouldn't probably go for a definition of a point, but for the definition of a range. So, in a very broad conception of the face, which wasn't yet the definition given by Levinas, but could be, for instance, the definition given by Haraway. The face is a visual configuration to which we attach uniqueness, and as a consequence from which we derive the concept, or at least the feeling, of an alterity, of an otherness. But this is a very broad definition, which includes, for instance, non-human animals, to which we would recognize, and this is also, I said before that this started from a philosophical question connected with my vegetarianism, So why do we say that animals have muzzles? And why don't we say that they have faces? Well, it depends on how we articulate that visual field, because as soon as, for instance, we interact professionally with some animals, we start to discriminate, among their, let's say, muzzle or facial features. But even simpler, in simpler terms, as soon as we have a pet, so as soon as we have a cat or a dog at home, that is not a muzzle for us anymore, is a face. And I don't think that is only connected with the emotions that we have towards this pet, this non-human animal. It is also connected with the fact that our interaction face to face with that animal probably increases in us our capacity for discriminating the uniqueness of that muzzle, in relation to other muzzles. So, I mean, on the one hand, you would have this very broad definition, and on the other hand, you would have to take into account that in the development of the human species, probably one visual configuration became particularly important in the interaction among members of the species. And this configuration was not the nostril, for instance. All nostrils are different, but we still don't use them for automatic recognition, although we could. We could invent some software that recognize human beings from their nostrils. Software has been invented for recognizing human beings from ears, from fingerprints, from faces. But faces, exactly because of the biological history of our evolution, have taken a very prominent role, which can be culturally reversed. Tuaregs in Africa, they all go around veiled, except for kids and the chief. There is a very good literature about it, anthropological literature published in the 1970s. In that case, of course, the face is culturally withdrawn as a visual configuration for determining singularity and attributing otherness, personality, and status, and other visual elements become more prominent. So in this particular culture, capacity of discriminating among different shapes of veils, for instance, becomes extremely proficient. But the interesting thing from the, let's say, point of view of biosemiotics and cognitive semiotics is probably the fact that the part of the brain that discriminates among veils is not different from the part of the brain that discriminates among faces. So veils are treated like faces. Thank you. Talk to you later. Okay.
If you would like to stay for last question.
Just to make a wonderful presentation, just make the obvious point. Face is the locus where most signs are produced for the organism. Of course, we in the primates have evolved to pay particular attention to it. Sounds are coming from the face, eye gaze, which is crucial for attraction, is coming from the face. Muscular configurations reflecting intentionality is coming from the face. From a biosemiotic viewpoint, it makes perfect sense that so much of our cortex and our cortical processing is devoted towards a microanalysis and an over focus on the face as opposed to the side of the arm, the back, the elbow. This is where the signs are coming from. Of course, evolution is going to focus on that and equip us more and more to attend to it.
Yeah, there's definitely some evidence about it, about the fact that especially with the transformation of our posture, the face has become much more visible and much more displayable and displayed. And as a consequence, that has changed also the way we use the face, because the muscles have started working in a different way. So they weren't used to hold our head, they were used to actually move our face. But there is also, that's why it's very interesting to combine biosemiotics with cultural semiotics. There is also a cultural dimension to it. I mean, we again have to take into account that in some cultures, you know, a student talking to me would never look at my face, you know, would look at the ground or would look at his feet or her feet. So there is that prominence, of course, but it is definitely inflected by culture as well. You know, again, in some cultures, although it is a very prominent surface, visual surface, it is somehow put at the margins exactly because of its centrality. So.
Sure, but you might want to look at that notion that who gets to give the signs? The teacher, the authority, the male. Who doesn't get to give the signs? The male, the student, the lesser. Right? It is a originating site of science.
Yeah, but I wouldn't go for a deterministic relation between, let's say, the possibility of disclosing the face or displaying the face and power, because again, in some cultural contexts, it is exactly the opposite. You know, I don't show my face to you like God because I'm above you. You know, and. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marcel. Thank you, everyone. And now we have lunch and also editorial meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
Vydáno 658 stavebních povolení na výstavbu rodinných domů. 2 roky bylo vydáno 658 stavebních povolení na výstavbu rodinných domů. 2 roky bylo vydáno 658 stavebních povolení na výstavbu rodinných domů. 2 roky bylo vydáno 658 stavebních povolení na výstavbu rodinných domů.
say I'll be moderating this session, and we'll start, of course, with the first speaker is Anton Sukoverkov, right? There was a change, so I have highlights.
Anton is going to be in the next session.
Sorry?
Anton is going to be in the next session.
Right. So Jaime and Anton changed, and then it's what I see here, right?
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Thanks.
So Anton and Jaime have traded places. Jaime is presenting 3.
So I've got Jaime, Anastasia, Nicola, and Katerina.
Katerina is also presenting online.
Yeah, and she's last. Excellent, thanks. Hello everyone, sorry, wanted to say I'm moderating this session. The order of speakers, as you may know, is Jaime Cardenas Garcia, then Anastasia Zavorotisheva, forgive my pronunciation, Nicola Zingiaro, and Katerina Velmezova. We were supposed to start a minute ago, and I'll just start when the organizers tell me to.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry? Forgive me?
Volume.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's working fine. We're just having him on mute so that there's no feedback.
Right, but I mean, when he spoke a minute ago, it wasn't very loud.
No, it was from my computer actually.
Okay.
We have him there. It's sounding fine.
Got it covered.
so I'll just, should I start? Should we start? Okay, thanks.
There's a coding message.
I'm sorry, what?
On the screen.
Right.
Go.
Oh, right. And
when you're ready to talk.
I'm ready.
Okay. Talk to him.
Sorry.
You can tell him that he can go ahead, and then you can unmute.
Right, because while I'm talking here. Hello, everyone. Our first speaker in this session is Jaime Cardenas Garcia. Jaime, you may start when you please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hear an echo, but I guess it'll be all right. Today I'll be speaking about the central dogma of information. First of all, let's talk about the word dogma, which might be considered out of place, but it's something held as an established opinion or a point of view or tenet put forth as authoritative without adequate grounds. These definitions are like a scientific claim framed as a postulate, such as information exists in the environment. This wording is meant to bring forth argumentation and questioning as to the validity of the central dogma of information. Let me show you a 1956 figure taken out of Francis Crick's paper, where he shows what he calls the doctrine of the triad, which is the central dogma, which states that once information has got into a protein, it can't get out again. And what he means by information is the sequence of amino acid residues or other sequences related to it. And as you can see, here's the relationship between DNA, RNA, and protein, where he says, well, let me go to the next one, just to show effectively what it means. You have a cell, cell signals impacted, and again, DNA goes through transcription to RNA and through translation to protein. And again, once the information has got into a protein, it can't get out again. This is I guess, a representation of the previous diagram that I showed. And effectively, it shows 3 general transfers and also 3 special transfers. And then 3 unknown transfers, which effectively are what he means when he states, once information has got into a protein, it can't get out again. From a Persian perspective, and this is taken from Hofmeier, there is nothing that flows from DNA to RNA to protein. Instead, what goes on is semiosis, which everyone understands what it is. My perspective is a perspective not of semiosis, but of information. And one question that I may ask at this point is whether protein is a syntactic creation. To justify that, let me go let me show you the diagram of the mathematical theory of communication by Shannon, which basically looks at how a message is transmitted from an information source to a destination. And again, noise is added in the process, and communication is really of syntactic information. Now, what we should ask is, are there any missing elements? First of all, who designed and built and uses this communication system? Where does the message originate? Who is the ultimate recipient of the message? Also, do we suffer from alienation? Our inability to recognize our handiwork in the products of our labor. Is a living being at the left end? Is there a living being at the right end? Who really generates the information in the message? Do we suffer from fetishism and attribution of inherent value or powers to an object? For example, is information a fundamental quantity with matter and energy? Does information exist in the environment? And again, let's define a fundamental problem of information, since it relates to our making progress as human beings after we're alive, and that is, how do we become what we become? And also, is there a mystification of nature? Where does information originate? Matter and energy are absolute quantities of the universe. That is generally accepted. But is information another absolute quantity of the universe? More than 90% of physicists say that it is an absolute quantity of information. Also, what is information? Is the environment the source of information? Does information exist in the environment? If it's an absolute quantity, clearly it should exist in the environment. How do living beings detect and recognize it? Is there information in DNA? So, is this what we're looking at? Does nature communicate with us in some way? And the reality is that's not true. From an info holopoiesis, which simply means information self-production, clearly matter and energy are absolute quantities of the universe. Information, though, is a derived quantity from matter and energy. Information is a difference which makes a difference, which is the Batesonian perspective. There is no information in the environment. It's self-generated by living beings. So living beings are the producers of self-reference, recursive information. So what is information? Well, if you look at the etymological origins, and also from Bateson as a difference which makes a difference, you can see that both corresponds to a dynamic conception of information. So information implies spatial, temporal change in the action of giving form to matter, and also in the act of communication. Now, here's a diagram which here on the left side you show an organism in the environment. There are essentially two circuits here. One circuit is the one that produces information. The other circuit is the interaction of the organism with the environment, which after producing information, that results in an action on the environment. And of course that action is recognized by the organism. Though of course the organism, what it faces is through its sensory apparatus the environmental noise which the organism has to learn to recognize. On the right side, this is the triadic process of, in a sense, processing the information, which starts as personal subjective relative information through the sensory apparatus and the needs of the organism. And of course, it's in conflict with an impersonal objective absolute information where the organism realizes that there's something out there that can impact it. And again, that's internalized information, which gets externalized in this process of an action and then an action result. Let me say that this triadic process is similar to the one, the Persian triadic process, which is firstness, secondness, and thirdness, where thirdness is externalized information in a way. Now, here we maybe one thing we can recognize is that really this is an ecology of values, which someone brought in as a nice concept yesterday. Now, here on the left side of this diagram, I've shown sort of a condensed figure of what you saw in the previous slide. And that is that sensory signals start this process of information self-production, which results in semantic information, which gets emitted as syntactic information. And so the central dogma of information is simply info autopoiesis results in the endogenous, which is internal semantic information that irreversibly becomes exogenous, external syntactic information. Now, here we're back to the Shannonian communication model. And this is really a model of syntactic communication. But metaphorically, this is also syntactic creation, because we interact with our environment. And in the process, from matter and energy, we create things using matter and energy. So really this is a metaphor for our activities here. And what we can say is that all externalized information is channel information or syntactic information. Syntactic information is synonymous with order, structure, and with artificial creation. Both analog and digital information are included. The advantage of digitalization is the acceleration of the process of artificial creation. So all externalized information is channel information. And we can begin with our initial creations of syntactic information, maybe accepting maybe oral communication. And our world is really an artificial creation. And any activity that you look at is something that we've created, that we've made, that we've ordered, organized. And again, this is all external to ourselves. Now, this is a summary of the central dogmas. On the one hand, you see the creation of syntactic information on our part. And on the other hand, you see the creation of proteins by this organism, by this cell. And again, on the one hand you have sensory signals, on the other hand you have cell signals. And again, the complexity of both sensory signals and cell signals, I think, is well recognized. Now, here's the central dogma information put in the same terms, in the same analogous terms as the central dogma of biological science. And again, instead of DNA, you have info autopoiesis. RNA is semantic information, and the protein is syntactic information. And again, you can recognize 3 general transfers, 3 special transfers, and 3 unknown transfers. out of syntactic information, you cannot create other syntactic information. Clearly, you cannot create from syntactic information, you cannot create semantic information. And again, from syntactic information does not deal directly with info-autopoiesis, since info-poiesis is depending on sensory stimuli. And let me rephrase now the central dogma information, which states once semantic information has got into syntactic information, it cannot get out again. Here is a comparison of the central dogmas simply to contrast the different aspects of each. And again, you see 3 general transfers, 3 special transfers in each of these cases. And again, really the focus of each of these dogmas, one is that once information has got into a protein, it can't get out again. And once semantic information has got into a syntactic information, it cannot get out again. In summary, information does not exist in the environment. It does not exist in DNA. Now, living beings, their motivation is to sensorially interact with their environment to satisfy physiological and or relational needs, leading to information self-production as a process of endogenous meaning-making or semantic information, as well as exogenous syntactic information. DNA may be viewed as a biochemical means for endogenous meaning-making or semantic information as messenger RNA in the cell nucleus that results in exogenous syntactic information as proteins. Syntactic information is synonymous with order, structure, and artificial creation. Syntactic creation does not have a capacity for meaning-making. All arts and sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, are syntactic creations. Science cannot encompass life due to its syntactic nature. Computations are syntactic. The universe is not a simulation. Artificial intelligence is not achievable due to syntactic nature of computations. Again, to summarize, these are the 2 dogmas that, in my view, are analogous. Thank you for your attention. I would love to answer any questions.
Thank you for the interesting talk, Jaime. We have time for questions. Yes, please, Kalevi. All right.
This microphone.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, thank you very much. It is a clear and understandable concept, and I think nicely acceptable. I just have one little comment and one question. The comment concerns this is just terminological. The usage of the term syntactic. Syntactic, if we use it in the sense as one aspect of meaning making, like Morris uses it, so then to claim that syntactic is not related to or is outside of meaning making would be contradicting to Morris's use of the term. That is just a terminological comment. But question concerns Maturana. So, your concept info autopoiesis follows Maturana's autopoiesis, autopoietic model nicely. Maturana himself also speaks about knowledge and epistemology. So, what is, in your understanding, different between your views and Maturana Varela's?
Well, mine has not to do with Maturana and Varela. I use the word info or autopoiesis simply as self-production, which is what it means. But in this case, it's the production of self-production of information. Now, Maturana and Varela have nothing to do with information. They just find information useless. So therefore, their concept of autopoiesis really has nothing to do with information. But my perspective is one of information. I didn't hear your first, it was hard to hear your first comment with regard to syntactic information. And again, I don't know if you can encapsulate it in some way that, so that I can refer to that.
Yes, done.
Hi, Jaime. Very nice. I think Kalevi's question was the same as my question, because very, very nice, interesting talk. And then at the very second to last slide or something, you say arts and sciences are syntactic creations, but syntactic creation cannot make meaning. And this doesn't, I don't know what you mean by that.
Anything that we create is syntactic in nature. So, for example, if I engage in mathematics and I write an equation, somebody has to have the background to understand that. And these things only have meaning to the people that engage in each art and in each science. I can make an object, and maybe I know what it is, I know what I want to signify, but for you or anyone else, that object might have a totally different meaning. The same as my talk. I'm spelling out syntactic information. And in the case of Shannon, of course, it's a communication process. But in the case of each of us, as we engage in all our activities, we are creating syntactic information, which is basically we're ordering matter and energy for in interpreting what we have inside of us as self-created, semantic information. So again, if you look around, everything around us is artificial. And now that we're changing nature through climate change, everything really is impacted by us. And it all becomes syntactic information. Maybe in an earlier period of time, everything was natural, but now, not now.
Right.
Everything is artificial.
Yeah, now I see.
Artificial.
Now I see what you're saying, right? I didn't understand. I thought the syntactic creation. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Right, the information needs an interpreter. It needs a living being to do something to make meaning with it. It doesn't make its own meaning. We use it to make meaning. Yeah.
So I think that's something we need to realize. And semantic information is inside of every living being. Syntactic information exists as dead things outside of us.
Very good.
Intelligence
very clarifying. Thank you. Now I understand what that meant. Thanks, Jaime.
Thank you very much, Jaime. We need to move on to our next speaker. The next speaker is Anastasia Zavrotisheva. Her presentation is entitled Building a Bilingual Ontology for Biosemiotics, Pre-Engineering Phase. Anastasia, you may share your screen and start your presentation when you wish.
Is it okay? I don't know if I can have it in there, but I guess so.
We can hear you.
Okay, and you can see me as well. So I'm starting sharing the screen. And you let me know if everything is okay.
Yes, we can see your slides.
I'm going to talk about this project that was launched by me and my mentor. And in fact, I'm not a biosemiotic, so I feel like an imposter or an intruder who somehow managed to find their way in. But anyway, I was first introduced to biosemiotics not long ago, last autumn, by my mentor Sergei Chibanov. And we started this project, which is still in progress and is going to take quite a while. But today I'm going to talk you through the general idea of the project, the plans, through what I'm doing at the current stage, and later I will provide you also with some examples or illustrations and some visualization as well. So, first things first, what is a domain-specific ontology? It is a knowledge base, a formalized description of a domain which contains domain-specific concepts apparently and captures the relations between these concepts. And it is a semantic map that can be represented as a directed graph where vertices or nodes are classes and edges or arcs in our case because it is a diagram and vertices are vectors. And arcs stand for a relation between the classes. We have two areas, or at least two areas, where the final product can be used and can be useful. First, it's natural language processing, because these systems help analyze texts automatically on a semantic level. For instance, we can use it for text classification, text clustering, for thematic modeling, and so on, which might be of direct interest for of biosemiotics community as well. But the product is also supposed to serve the needs of the community and of the domain situation of biosemiotics. And it is written on the screen that our purposes overlap somehow with the ones of the Biosemiotic Glossary project launched in 2014, which are to contribute in the theoretical development of biosemiotic vocabulary and guide somehow newcomers and outsiders. So this is our purpose as well. Concerning universal ontology features, I decided to mention that because so that we know what to expect from the final product. First, and I illustrate that up, is enrichment possibility, which means that new classes may be added at a time. So apparently one just can't cover the whole categorical framework of a domain, and moreover, new categories are introduced quite often, and I guess that it is especially relevant for biosemiotics because it is a relatively young discipline and its representatives come from different areas, and almost each and every one of them has something to bring to the table, taking into consideration their original area of expertise. So we should consider this possibility. Then the ontology should be clearly structured and clearly notated. Later I will show you some example notation for relations and for classes as well. So concerning some pre-engineering tasks, because that's the phase we're facing. We need to, and we have already actually done it, compile a comparable corpus which includes texts on biosemiotics in Russian and in English. Then, using this corpus, we must extract relevant terms, which are later to be clusterized. And these clusters are supposed to be used for class initialization, and later we have to initialize relations between the classes too. And at this stage, we also consider the last step, this point. We have to compare classes that we will get in Russian and in English, so that we are able to merge our ontologies later, if it's possible. Concerning the empirical base for the project, so it concerns the corpus, the mentioned corpus. We have texts written by the authors written on the screen. Many of them participate in the gatherings on a regular basis and are participating this year in particular. And at the current stage, our corpus is not something like big data format, but we consider further enrichment of both parts. So who knows, maybe one day it will be turned into that big data format, and we will need some algorithms to run the corpus through. And so concerning the ontology levels, first it's the level of classes and the level of instances. I have this little remark here. Though sometimes instances in the ontology refer to real-life objects or individuals, like, for example, if I have a class named human being, clavicle could be an instance for this class. But in this case, instances are just the elements that cannot be used at the up levels of the hierarchy, but may illustrate these levels, the classes, and they consequently inherit their properties with them. So there are several ways to extract terms from corpus, corpora, if there are some. It's manual term extraction, and at this point, only manual methods were applied. Then automatic terms extraction, and the approach that combines both techniques. And further work might be done in combined mode because it facilitates the work. So concerning the procedure of clustering, when we finally have a certain amount of terms or bag of terms, we may clusterize them somehow and get an n number of clusters. And some clusters, when they get their cluster name, may serve as one class of the ontology, or they may represent a parent class with children classes or subclasses. So when it comes to extracted terms, some of them are already suitable too to represent classes of the ontology. And here we have two situations when an extracted term matches with the class name. Like, for example, we extracted a term, so the term autonomy, and it was sent for the class autonomy. And the second situation is when this extracted term clashes with the class name. Like, for instance, we extracted the term code maker, but the class name will be an agent. Here are some examples of our notation for relations. So we can see that we have class X and class Y, and class named signifying element is related to pragmatics via the relation which we have notated as has dimension, and we see that this relation is directed. So it comes from class X to class Y, or class Y, I'm sorry. Then semiosis is related to semiotic threshold by the relation notated as has boundary. It may sound grammatically incorrect, but it's just a formalism. So meaning is related to code via the relation related to X by, and agent is related to intentionality via the relation notated has capacity. So let's look at a particular cluster. we can see that every cluster is a little bit annotated, and it is the same for Russian clusters. So the cluster name is Biosemiotics, and we have a description section as well, and a section where terms extracted from text are presented. These are not all the terms extracted from the text, but I just didn't want to take much space on the screen. And two terms that are included into this cluster may form their own classes or represent subclasses of children classes for biosemiosis. These are endosemiosis and exosemiosis. So this is a formal description of this class with two subclasses with Russian equivalents and subclass properties and some instances. So as you can see, I have a remark again. I have this equals to liaison to Russian classes, but when the ontology merging algorithm is chosen, we might either change this notation or just drop these relations. So for the class biosemiosis, there are two subclasses, endo and exosemiosis. And for the first subclass, there's a property occurs inside X, and for the second subclass, it occurs between X and Y. So we can mark them like occurrence will mark the arc, and inside X is X, and between X and Y is where these arcs lead, in fact, but these are not classes currently. And I have also mentioned some instances, and we have no limits here, so we can constantly mention these instances, but they just no need this. And Russian instances and English instances do not have to coincide. So this level may be different. So here is some visualization of the cited fragment. So for class biosemiosis, we see that it has relations with equivalent Russian classes as well, and mentioned properties or attributes and some instances. So at this stage, we are to prepare a basis, which is a formalized representation of the area, which is still in progress. We are to notate the components of the further ontology and to structure it. So we have to describe it in a logical manner. Also, we have to choose a markup ontology language and ontology merging algorithm, and then we'll be able to start building the ontology, and as well as use what we will get to create, for example, some dictionaries, glossaries, and other products, including terms, domain-specific terms. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anastasia, and we're taking questions.
I can't hear you.
The audio, will you let me know if there's questions
If
online?
we can use this chat section, that would be nice.
Right, please don't. We're taking this only one question. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, thank you for undertaking this project. It's very nice. Just a kind of one thing to note. Your current ontology or algorithm has a relation called in between X, Y, and you have that outside the organism. It can also be within the organism. So maybe you want to think about a more clarifying example.
Yeah, it might be used for that, but these are things that we may reconsider So thank you for this comment.
Thank you very much, and we'll move on to our next talk. Semiogenesis of the inorganic, about semiotic ringing of the threshold between life and non-life. Thanks. Threshold between life and non-life is going to be controversial. Yeah, click on the arrow. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here because today I would like to present my research project that I am conducting with regard to semiogenesis. And I have to make a premise first. My point of view is philosophical because my background. So this will be a theoretical proposal about semiogenesis. The research is based on the possibility of the existence of semiotic processes in the sphere of non-living. So, since the birth of biosemiotics, the idea that semiosis is coextensive with life has been theorized in ever more sophisticated ways. However, the field of research has mainly focused on a very general notion of life. In this sense, according to interpretative semiotics, it will be necessary to contextualize what has been understood so far as life and why. If we get to the root of the matter, we soon realize that the notion of life is indeed problematic in some respects. Defining clearly what is life and what is not, whether from a semiotic, philosophical or biological point of view, is not yet possible at all. Thus, if the premise of biosemiotics are based on a notion of life that is perhaps undecipherable, constructing semiotic threshold around the only living system seems arbitrary. Although there are good justification for bringing many agents of the biological world into the realm of semiotics, we may ask what kind of justification we have to excluding the non-living from the semiosphere. Here we are not just talking about the non-living in the inorganic world, but multiple actors standing between what is living and what is not. In this sense, the field of chemistry tells us that there are no rigid thresholds between living and non-living matter. The difference lies in the relationship between the parts. The terminology used to distinguish the living from the non-living world is always problematic. Non-living materials have been called inorganic, inert, inanimate, and disorganized. But each of these terms has been shown to be inadequate in drawing the precise boundaries of life. Indeed, in the realm of chemistry, it has been possible to synthesize organic materials from inorganic substances. Materials have been discovered that, although not living, are able to move, grow, and remember. Chemical matter, whether organic or inorganic, is active and dynamic. It is able to form complex organization on different scales, evolve, and spontaneously change its structure in response to the environment. Chemistry, in this sense, provides us the tools to think of life as one of the many different types of dynamic organization that matter can assume. In the light of these discoveries, it's still possible to give a definition of life. Even in the natural world, outside the laboratories, we can see that thresholds are blurred. Complexity theories applied to living systems and ecology state that it is not possible to separate an element from its environment. Everything in the biosphere belongs to a complex network of interconnected elements. In fact, every element in the world is determined by its relationship. Indeed, we can no longer think of rocks, animals, and plants as separate entities, because there is a close interconnection between the living parts of the planet, plants, microorganisms, and animals, and its non-living parts, rocks, oceans, and atmosphere. In other words, to construct a semiotics of nature, we need to use complexity theories as a method of analysis. Such dynamics of interrelation do not only take place in the context that is called natural. Society, culture, and human's own manifestation are also modified by non-human actors. Think of the complex organizations such as tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, or non-fully living actors such as viruses. Think of even more complex events that modify our present and determine our future: ocean acidification, climate change, melting of the ice. What effect do they have on our society? Can we say that they have a certain kind of agency? How can we separate them from our culture and social organization? Think of the effect on the sphere of health, productivity, politics, and economy. The Gaia hypothesis proposed by James Lovelock perfectly reflects the complexity theories as we have presented them. According to this hypothesis, it is possible to see planet Earth as a complex system engaged in a continuous process of self-regulation. Living organisms interact with the inorganic components around them in order to form a complex system. For this reason, if we identify a semiotic system not only with life, but with complex systems, then this process is useful for survival, but also for collaboration between kingdoms, include inorganic matter as an active part of the ecosystem. If we think about the emergence of life on the planet, we must reflect on the role of the organization of the inorganic matter. In this respect, the relationship between inorganic materials, such as molecules, has led to an increase in complexity, leading to the formation of single-celled organisms. The history of the planet shows us a continuous history between non-life and life, as well as between the inorganic and the organic. It is a continuous cycle that creates an ecology of relationship. And the branch that studies the ecology of relationship from a non-biocentric view is physics. Physics can explain ecological dynamics to us from the physical relationship entertained in a complex system. In the light of semiotics, one can in fact speak of physiosemiotics. With physiosemiotics, we can detect a problem in identifying only life with semiosis for several reasons. Firstly, it is not possible to determine a priori what is life and what is not. And secondly, there are multiple individuals that are between life and non-life. And thirdly, drawing a semiotic threshold from the point of view of life itself, from the point of view of the human animal, seems also arbitrary. Therefore, I propose physiosemiotics as a method of investigation to give space to non-living actors that have multiple effects on the ecosystem, but also on the life of organisms. From the mineral elements in our bodies to the atmospheric events that alter our cities and our survival as a species, physiosemiotics investigate the physical relationship between the elements of the world. Another author interested in physical correspondences in semiotics was Giorgio Prodi. He identifies semiosis not only in triadic, but already at a dyadic level. According to Prodi, the processes of semiosis already occur at the level of physical contact and interlocking between heterogeneous elements. When elements interlock, like two atoms in a molecular relationship, as well as biological individuals in an ecosystem, they correspond through a semiotic relationship. And this correspondence, which in living system is called coevolution, allows us to understand the interaction that takes place between different elements. Some elements meet, impact, and interlock, giving rise to semiotic complexity. Others meet, impact, and do not interlock because they are semiotically indifferent to each other. In this sense, we can read positionality and selectivity as two physiosemiotic processes. I propose, starting from Prodi's analysis, a series of basic elements to define a semiotic correspondences. First, there must be material objects interacting, coming into contact each other. Physics shows that every material object is in a reciprocal constitutive relationship with its surroundings. Second, objects must be transformable by contact. Resistances, in this sense, must yield to the encounter. Because if we imagine something that resists infinitely and independently from their surroundings, we're making bad metaphysics. Everything is concatenated. Third, change occurs if two objects correspond to each other. More things correspond in a primary way for the maintenance of their own structure, and in a secondary way as the use of an encounter to form an event of complementarity. And the last, the specificity of correspondence is found in space in adaptation through an interlocking or key conditions. When all these four elements are found within the relationship, even in a mere dyadic process, then there is a semiosis that gives meanings to the ecological relationship. Biosemiotics has the great virtue of expanding the semiotic threshold to include the natural world. However, the view towards inorganic matter still remains mechanicistic. In fact, it does not take into account that one of the most relevant hypotheses is that a prebiotic organization may exist. Hypotheses on the emergence of life argue that matter organizes itself on the basis of complementarities. In this sense, we can hypothesize that all matter has an internal force. Force, in this sense, is used as a physical vector quantity that manifests itself in the reciprocal interaction of two or more bodies, both at the microscopic level and at the level of elementary particles. Physical events, therefore, create virtual signs that emerge from complex concatenations. This connection, however, sometimes create an intersection and an increase in complexity, other times it remains indifferent. In this sense, we can hypothesize that there is a process of selectivity that creates a correspondence by complementarity or an indifference. These terms can be integrated into semiotics as orienting or guidance processes of matter. This perspective allows us to understand semiogenesis as the active force of matter through relationship. When we ask why the laws of nature work in the way they do, we can simply answer that nature is made in this way. However, this answer cannot satisfy us. That is why I believe that there can be meaningful organization in every natural element. Not so much in the light of certain theologism or teleologism, but in the light of a practice of natural chaining and natural continuity. We can call it coevolution, interpenetration, assembly, or layering between heterogeneous elements. In any case, these are processes that have created themselves in this specific way and not in another. Without a specific purpose, without a single direction, the non-linearity of relationships allows matter to be read through a simultaneous logic of limited direction and freedom in the same time. And in conclusion, if semiotics intersect with physics, the classical notion of intentionality can be replaced by the notion of directionality, while the teleonomic processes of living beings can be replaced by material process of selectivity. And selectivity, in this sense, is a semiotic process because in the material uncertainty of the object of the word, some of them correspond, and correspondences replace the notion of meaningfulness. To conclude, directionality, selectivity, correspondence, and complementarity are signifying material processes that constitute the semiosphere of the non-living. And thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Nicola. I see many hands raised. Claudio, sorry? Yeah, Claudio is first.
Sorry, everyone. Nicola, I think it's a mark of a good paper when you enjoy it and then you think, I don't agree with anything you just said. I think that's a very good thing in general. But let me ask you, half in jest, if I were to think of throwing my shoe to you because I disagree with your presentation, would that be a virtual sign? Me thinking, I might throw my shoe at you because I disagree.
Okay. About a virtual sign,
yes.
About virtual sign in the mood of John Deely put it, like...
The way you're using the thing is, with virtual signs, we are inheriting a sort of way of speaking about potential relations, right?
Yeah.
We have inherited those from Deely in a way that I don't think is useful, in that, to put it bluntly, it advocates for the existence of the non-existence. We have a hard time dealing with non-existence as it is, and advocating the potentiality seems to create a bigger gap, I think, explanatory gap. So, what do you think is the actual place for virtual signs in your constitution of what would be the order of things, the semiosphere of the non-living?
Virtual sign, in my opinion, is like a sign that is sleeping and waiting for be activated. Like the tick of the Hugh School example, for example, in the experiment, the tick can be waiting for 18 years for waiting a mammals that cross, I don't know, beyond the plants. So in this kind of relationship, the tick have an umwelt, okay, with its signs, but is not activating this kind of responsive. And in my opinion,
wouldn't you like another question?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Up to you if you want to insist on this point, or would you like to hear another question?
I'm very okay.
Thanks. One last question, please. Yeah.
I want firstly to say thank you for developing such an underestimated topic of role of materiality in semiosis. But I have a question about a notion that you say that inorganic matter can remember. Like it has this skill of remembering. It was a metaphor or not? If it was a metaphor, could you please make an example of this memory of inorganic matter? And if it was a metaphor, do you think that's obligatory to describe this semiotic process with the metaphors from life sciences? Wasn't we in this case have not an ontological discussion, but just making this epistemological movement to epistemological move to talk about inorganic with conceptual apparatus from life science?
No, for the useful of physiosemiotics is useful in some subjects. For example, in philosophy, neomaterialism is on this side. For example, there are a lot of authors that try to just justify an ontological flat can be dividing the entities inside of this flat ontology. I don't know. But I have a colleague that she's a chemistry. She is working on chemistry, and she is working on iron memory. For example, okay. The memory is a metaphor, yes. Science is full of metaphors too for explaining what is working on, yes. And we live outside to speak in.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katarina Brezova. Her talk is, I see, tackling a similar matter, holism and ontologism as historical and epistemological components of Tartu biosemiotics. Katarina, you may share the screen if you wish, and you may start your presentation. It's nice to see you, by the way.
Do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear. Do you see the screen? Mm-hmm. Okay. Each scientific school and each scientific direction at some point begins to need its own epistemology, at least in order to more clearly understand its origins and its history, as well as its relations with neighboring academic currents. Today, I'm going to speak about the backgrounds of the Tartu Biosemiotics School in a larger context of the history of ideas, as well as of the current situation of Tartu semiotics in general. Unlike the Moscow branch of the Tartu Moscow Semiotic School, which de facto ceased to exist after the death of its main protagonists, the Tartu branch is actively developing in several subdirections, not necessarily explicitly related to each other. In the institutional sense, speaking about the Tartu Semiotic School, today we are talking about development of the main ideas of the school within two departments of the University of Tartu, the Department of Slavic Studies and the Department of Semiotics. Within the framework of the first one, we are talking about studies of the history and poetics of Russian culture based on the tools of semiotics. At the Department of Semiotics, the work is carried out in the direction of both the semiotics of culture and biosemiotics, as well as social semiotics. The study of the epistemological origins of this school can probably make it possible to show the interconnectedness of all modern trends in Tartu semiotics with regard to their historical and epistemological foundations. One of the main questions which should be asked is that of the notions or concepts which seem to unite in a diachronic perspective Tartu semiotics of culture and Tartu biosemiotics. That is, the two main directions of current Tartu semiotics. My paper will be about two of such concepts. They are holism and ontologism. The first part of the paper will include some hypotheses and the second one a concrete step towards their verification. Part 1, hypothesis. As I'm a linguist, it was easier for me to begin studying holistic and ontological principles as special refractions of European linguistic, to be more precise, Saussurean structuralism within the framework of Tartu semiotics seen in general. Let me say immediately that of the greatest linguistic theories of the 20th century for Tartu Moscow School, the legacy of Ferdinand de Saussure, first of all the course in general linguistics published under his name in 1916, and the works of the Prague Linguistic Circle were of particular importance. The Saussurean component of Tartu semiotics should be studied through the prism of the holistic and ontological refraction of Saussureanism in the works of linguists who emigrated from Russia after the 1917 revolution and worked in the 1920s, 1930s together with Czech colleagues within the Prague Linguistic Circle. First of all, Roman Jakobson and Nikolai Trubetskoy. Here, it would be necessary to explore the special relationship between structuralism and semiotics reflected in the work of Tartu researchers. In addition, the biological foundations of Prague's linguistic structuralism can organically connect the so-called cultural, social, and biological aspects of contemporary Tartu semiotics. The leading direction of linguistic structuralism in the 20th century was phonology. Within the framework of the Prague Linguistic Circle, a work on phonology was written that is often considered as a founding work of the discipline. This is Trubetskoy's posthumously published in 1939 Principles of Phonology. However, the elaboration of a phonological theory as such was not Trubetskoy's main purpose, in the sense that the entire system of his scientific views, including the phonological ones, obeyed some more general principles referring to what could be called now synthetic science or holistic science. It was rather the Eurasian conception that was of great interest to Trubetskoy, as well as to some other Russian members of the Prague Linguistic Circle. In this approach, the attempt to show or even to prove the ontological existence of a particular world, Eurasia, as a natural ontological unit, based on a number of criteria, geographical, biological, ethnographic, historical, economic, linguistic ones, caught the attention of these scientists. This desire to prove the existence of Eurasia as a real space that didn't coincide with the existing conventional political boundaries is comparable to the desire of the Russian structuralists to discover real important entities, phonemes, behind a variety of less important units, sounds, which was the basis of their phonology. The search for Eurasia was for Eurasianists partly associated with their desire to find a new homeland that was, in a sense, more important and significant than their beloved Russia, lost with the 1917 revolution. In their attempts to present an ontological basis for the existence of Eurasia, the Prague researchers elaborated the linkage method, supposing the linkage of different kinds of very different phenomena, which are traditionally studied by different sciences, including biology. The destruction or disappearance of boundaries between the different fields of knowledge within the framework of this method supposed the development of a holistic approach to the object of the Eurasianist research. And even if the word semiotics was not used by Eurasianists in this context, it was precisely this holistic and interdisciplinary character that seems to largely distinguish the semiotics formed in the Soviet Union, first of all in Tartu, from the so-called Western semiotics. In this way, linguistics, and in particular phonology, turned out to be a part of this pre-semiotic, in the sense of semiotics, as it will be later understood by the Tartu school, holistic method of the Eurasianists. Structuralism came to the USSR after Stalin's death in 1953, at the moment when it was beginning to fade in Western linguistics, giving way to new trends. The reasons for this delay were primarily political and ideological. Until 1950, structuralism was negatively commented upon in the USSR and was opposed to the so-called advanced Soviet linguistics. The situation changed dramatically in 1956 when, at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party, automatic translation was declared a priority line of research in connection with the general program of technical progress, which required work with structural methods. A relative triumph of structuralism began in the USSR. In 1962, they organized in Moscow a symposium on the structural study of science systems, and the very name of this event testifies to the connection between semiotics and structuralism for Soviet researchers at the time. The structural methods developed in linguistics were transferred to other science systems. Semiotics was generally defined at the time as a new science which studies any system of science used in human society. Because of the political pressure, as we know, it became impossible to publish works on semiotics in Moscow, and Yuri Lotman proposed to conduct further meetings and publish in Estonia, where the atmosphere was less ideologically loaded. In the 1960s, Lotman himself was very interested in structuralism in connection with semiotics. And at the same time, the very definition of language was expanded, which is of importance for the development of biosemiotics. From Sassurian language langue, it transformed into language langage. It was already an important step forward in developing in Tartu the discipline which later will be called biosemiotics. There was much less reasoning about science as such in the reflections of the Tartu semioticians. Methodologically, their discussions and works developed the idea of semiotics rather as a meta-science, as an interdisciplinary umbrella, which brings us back to the holistic structuralism and the linkage method developed by Prague linguists. On the whole, in the works of both Moscow and Tartu semioticians written later, the influence of structuralism can be discerned to a much less extent. However, the ontological and holistic orientations brought up to the Tartu semiotics by the Sassurian structuralism, transformed by its Prague version, seemed to continue to determine the very essence of Tartu semiotics, explaining in particular the existence of its cultural, social, and biological biosemiotic varieties in its particular attitude towards the objects of studies supposed to exist naturally rather than being constructed during the process of research. Therefore, my main hypotheses are: Tartu semiotics is based on the postulates of the ontological nature of the objects of its research and uses holistic methods of work. These features of the school go back to Sassurian linguistic structuralism, refracted through the prism of Prague linguistic circle. There is an epistemological unity between the different schools of thought that exist today based on this principle. One of the first steps to begin the study was to interview on those questions the head of the Tartu Biosemiotic School, Kalle Vikul. The following is what he said, and here I begin the second part of my paper. As I have only 15 minutes, I'll have to show you only some fragments from this interview, which I hope will be published soon. My question, do you think that it's possible to speak about Tartu biosemiotic tradition? If yes, to which extent the notions of ontology and holism were important for this school? Kalle Vikul. Indeed, some characteristics of the Tartu biosemiotic tradition can be drawn. Emphasis on Umwelt and modeling, focus on the role of agency and ecosystem, symbiosis and choice, and not on natural selection. And clearly, importance of individual diversity and plurality. So yes, both from biological and from semiotic side, it follows holistic approaches. Biological organism of the 20th century is clearly very close to Tartu biosemiotics, as well as ecosemiotic holism. It also fits well with Lotmanian understanding of text and semiosphere as the wholes, which organize their elements, and Uexkulian understanding of Umwelt. In ontology, duality, not dualism, and plurality are our characteristics. Semiosis is understood as plurality with dual aspects of process and relations, of sequentiality and momentariness. Semiosis as a relation is atemporal, simultaneous, while semiosis is also a process, as temporal and sequential, such a duality. Ontologically, semiosis exists at the same time on more than one plane. While exceptionalism is well accepted by our biosemiotics, this term is used by a historian of biology, Erik Peterson, and signifies a view that argues for exceptional features of life. Likewise, in biosemiotics, we tend to define, following Sebeok, that a feature that distinguishes life from non-life is semiosis. Boundary zones, semiotics threshold zones, are of course fuzzy and receive much attention. Such view, as it seems, means a rather complex ontological stand. Question. The notion of umwelt is important for Tartu semiotics, but umwelt is not ontological, it is subjective, isn't it? Don't you see a contradiction here? It depends on how broadly we define ontological. If ontology is about the nature of reality and being, or the forms of existence, then this applies also to umwelt and semiosphere. Yes, umwelt is a field of relations. It is individual and subjective. But in John Deely's terms, umwelt is objective, or in Peirce's terms, signs are real. That there is a gradation of realities, that reality of living beings is plural and not one, is namely a view close to us in Tartu. If Lotman was important for Tartu biosemiotics, don't you think that ontological and holistic components of Tartu biosemiotics go back to the Sassurian tradition, while the Prague linguistic circle that much influenced Lotman at the beginning of his semiotic career? There has been a strong Sassurian component indeed, initially from Schreider, who was a mathematician and cybernetician, but used semiological concepts. He was really precise in applying Sassurian approach. Personal semiotics was almost not known in Tartu until early 1990s. Lotman, who spoke about semiotics much, paradoxically used precise semiological terms much less and in a more dynamic way than other leading semioticians of the time. But since our aim as biologists is to discover semiotic mechanisms from the study of organisms themselves, we do not trust too much the models coming from linguistic bases. The Tartu School of Semiotics is currently actively developing in several subdirections: biosemiotics, social semiotics, semiotics of culture. They must have something in common. Don't you think that ontologism and holism unite all Tartu semiotic subdivisions? Holism, yes, in certain extent, is common to these branches. On ontologism, biosemiotics stresses plurality more than other approaches. But what certainly connects is that each of these branches finds Lotmanian approach appropriate, however, maybe emphasizing slightly different aspects of it. Another feature that unites is an attempt towards integration of semiotics, paying attention to general semiotics and the acceptance of the role and importance of all these three branches. The third or fourth rather characteristic feature of Tartu semiotics is valuation of empirical analysis, including attempts to develop methods of semiotic analysis. Therefore, in a future study, particular attention could be also paid to the study of those aspects. Here I wanted to say thank you for your attention, but if we have now time for some questions, maybe I would take this opportunity and ask a question myself, or more precisely, I have already asked this question to Kalevi, and I'll show you one more answer. The question was, how is Tartu tradition of biosemiotics dealing with ontology and holism? And here, answering this question, Kalevi began to show a wonderful sketch of the whole history of Tartu biosemiotics. Probably we have no time to read it, but just enjoy seeing some general principles of this organization. So you see several stages, several periods in the development of Tartu biosemiotics, late 1970s with several particularities, then 1980s, 1990s, 2000 and 2010s. So if it's of interest for you, you can read the interview, which I hope will be published soon. And here, definitely, I say thank you.
We have time for one question.
Hello, Katja. Very nice presentation, thank you. My question is about ontologies. I think holistic view, it's quite easy to understand what you mean by that, but ontologies, it's kind of a bit more fuzzy, and also with your interview with Kalevi, it can be heard that it can be like more moralistic and more unitary. So could you perhaps rephrase what's your understanding of this concept? Thank you.
Thank you. As far as I understood, it was Timo. So, Timo, you see, you are defined here as a representative of next generation of biosemioticians in Tartu, ahead of this new generation. So, ontology, I would define it's my working definition, as oriented towards such concepts and ideas as existence, being, becoming, and reality. But as it was already shown by Kalevi in this interview, the framework of this notion can vary from one Tartu semiotic subdivision to another. For instance, for biosemiotics, it can have a broader meaning than for cultural semiotics, etc. But as a working definition, as I said, it is it supposes an orientation towards existence, being, becoming, and reality. It means that objects of study do exist, and they are not constructed in the process of research. If you would like a parallel from linguistics, I would oppose in such a way sounds and phonemes. So sounds as existing really, ontologically, and phonemes as being constructed in the heads of researchers. But also, even here, there are several definitions of phonemes.
Thank you.
I've copied mine. I hope it will locate opens. Fine. Just in case. Okay.
No seguimos con esta cosa. Mira, si podemos hacer que la gente hable este micrófono mientras habla este micrófono sin darse cuenta, está súper bien, porque este es el solo de la transmisión. Ok. Ahora, vamos a ver esto. Sale la imagen. Ya, aquí tenemos. Ahora, ¿sabes de quién sería ese script? Claro, ya presentó. Ahora tenemos a Juan. Sí, sí, bien. One thing that happens is that when we open this, we cannot have the curtains down. For online presentations, it's actually better to lower them. There's no way to. The next one is going to be online. Do you have the cable? Great. That's okay. No worries. It's much now we're some sound.
University at Hradec Králové is making a postdoc call and also call for senior researchers for the time 3 to 6 months, and I will send you email via Tyler if you are interested. Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, so welcome to the last session of today. We will begin with an online presentation by Anton Suchovierkov. So Anton, are you there? Can you hear us?
I'm ready to present.
Okay, very good. So
can you see my slide?
yeah. Yeah, this is yes.
Yes, we can see the slides. You can go full screen if you want.
Well, it's okay. Okay, so I can start, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I will follow idea of
Gardenas Garcia, who spoke at a previous talk about ontology of information. And a little spoiler for you, also agrees that information is real. And today I will introduce for you idea of semiotic and biosemiotic realism. So when I was younger and prepared my PhD thesis, I believed that semiotic phenomena don't belong to the physical reality. They depend on interpreters. And for example, Charles Morris believes that in objective reality we have only sign vehicles, but process of semiosis makes them a sign of something else. So signs exist only within semiosis. John Searle also believes that capacity of speech acts to represent reality derives from biologically basic form of intentionality of mind. So intentionality of language originates from intentionality of mind. The same idea we could see in idea of autopoiesis and urwald. This approach I called internalism, biosemiotic internalism. In radical form, it could be biosemiotic solipsism. But today I would like to criticize myself and criticize proponents of this approach and introduce biosemiotic realism. I think we can.
Hear us? Can you hear us? We can only hear you very strong. You need to go full screen or switch the screen you're sharing.
What does it mean, switch the screen?
The screen that you're sharing, you should not be.
Sorry. So, can you see it now? Yeah. Yes? Okay. So, send me in chat. Okay. So, I think that there are three types of semiotic realism. It's a common sense realism, scientific realism, and ontological realism. Common sense realism, if expressed it shortly, it means this is a pipe. So direct realism believes that we can perceive reality directly, and indirect realism states that we see only kind of representation, sensory representation, mental representation. And but I think that for common sense approach, we need to accept reality as it is, not as a symbol or sign. And for example, when I hold a real pipe, I should accept that this is a real pipe, not my mental image.
Anton, your slides are not changing.
Not changing, yes? Not
No,
changing.
you are on the second slide.
Oh, what should I do?
You should go into presentation mode.
Presentation mode.
You should stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
Uh-huh.
Stop sharing. Okay. Yes, I stopped it.
Now you should share the presentation document.
Okay. Is it better?
And now or just click on each slide as you talk.
Can you see my second slide?
Yes.
Okay. I will use this form, yeah. Thomas Reid, he was the founder of this common sense philosophy. And Thomas Reid, he stated such idea. When I'm in the room and I hear the sound of wagon, I don't perceive a sound as such and then prescribe to it some meaning, but I directly perceive a wagon sound. So it means that in everyday life, we don't see as signs and then prescribe meanings to them. For example, if person is smiling, I see the smile as expression of happiness. So I don't need to treat it as a sign and happiness as a meaning. It comes in reality, comes to me together. This is the basic idea of common sense realism. We should see reality as it given to us. So another approach to direct realism is a non-representational models of animal communication. This book you can see on the slide, Animal Communication Theory, Information Influence, collect all works about these non-representational models, and it shows that communication could happen as a causal chain, as a chain of indexical signs. And for example, moths could produce a pheromone. This pheromone trigger chemical reaction is in a male moth, and this chemical reaction trigger its behavior without any questions. So we don't need a concept of meaning. We could consider them through the chain of reactions, chemical reactions. There is also scientific realism. In my article in Linguistic Frontiers, called Science System Studies and Modern Socio-Anthropomorphism, I show that most semanticians and linguists, they study language as an autonomous semiotic system. Or you can study any other science system as if they are autonomous, independent of someone's mind or interpretation. So I think it's also common sense philosophy, because by this study we could teach children how to use language. But in my view, it reminds me of the Plato image of a cave, where people look at the shadow on the wall and think that this shadow is reality. But I think the scientific realism is important for education. Also, in case of social memory, in case of externalized symbols, for example, road signs or marking territory by animals, we could see that external symbols, they scaffold our behavior, scaffold our development. And in case of these external symbols, we see kind of extended mind approach to memory, to language. So there is a theory of distributed language, distributed cognition, and from that point, language, science, and information can go beyond the individual mind and have a social nature, distributed nature. And finally, ontological realism, or I call it biosemiotic externalism. Gardenas Garcia mentioned about ontological status of information. And I think that he is right that information exists outside in reality, and we could extract this information from sedimentary rocks and fossils, from early cosmic radiation, and we could trace the history of universe and history of Earth as a dog could trace his prey, chasing footsteps that left by this prey. From that point, science possible because this information exists outside of the researcher mind. And from that point of view, matter, energy, and information could be considered as ontological entities, as ontological thing. Okay. And DNA language, we also can look at them as ontological realities. For example, DNA code is surprisingly universal, and natural languages, they are culture dependent, they are conventional, but they exist relatively independent on particular individuals who use them or produce them. And both DNA language, they work as a memory system. They help to preserve and transmit in time and space biological and social systems. So for me, it gives foundation for externalistic approach in biosemiotics and for ontological revision of memory. So as a conclusion, science and memory grounded in reality, ability to carry information is memory. And this term memory is not a metaphor. And therefore, science and memory, not only cognitive phenomenon, but ontological phenomena as well. And to continue discussion with Gardenas Garcia, I would remind idea of Chinese room argument that Searle did. Indeed, maybe information exists in form of syntaxes or material structures, and computer or human, they analyze this structure and extract information or produce new information through the recombination or through the analysis of these syntaxes and structures. And there is also digital physics and a discussion of why mathematics is so effective in physics. And answer is that because mathematics very effectively study relationship between phenomena, not minutes or qualia. So if you missed this slide, I will show it to you again. It's a common sense realism. This is a pipe. This is a direct realism and everyday realism. Okay, so that's it. Thank you. If you have any question, please ask me.
Thank you. So we have a question.
Okay. Yes, please tell me.
Hello, Anton. So
Hello.
my question concerns your slide when you speak about collective memory. Could you go back to the social memory slide, please?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Could you elaborate on if what you're saying is that social memory can't present or get rid of representations? Because as far as I know, social memory, collective memory needs communication. Can we have communication without representations?
So my problem that I discuss is not communication. Yes, problem is, do representation exist outside of our brain? That's the problem. So yes, without externalization of memory in form of representation, we cannot produce social communication. So semiosis impossible without external symbols, external representation.
Okay.
Yes.
One follow-up comment to that, if I may. Could you go please back to the first
slide? Forgotten semiotician, okay. Ignore it, semiotician, yeah? Okay.
We perceive not a sound as such and then prescribe to it some meaning but directly perceive a wagon sound. Okay, instead of that, can we say that we perceive the wagon through the sound that the wagon makes?
Yeah, actually it's a Heidegger point of view, yes? Maybe the same idea might in Heidegger view, that language has an ontological nature. It's a kind of, I don't know how to say, yes, you are right. It's kind of Zen discussion, yes? Zen discussion, what is it called? Sound represent vegan or vegan reveal the sound as the sound of vegan. But according to Heidegger, vegan reveal sound as the sound of vegan, yes? Ontology first, the sound second.
So we don't directly perceive the wagon.
Yes, directly vegan. And Thomas Reid said that it's kind of magic. Our mind works with this magic, and we see directly, we perceive directly with the vegan. And when I hear, for example, the sound of my friend behind the door, I perceive the friend, not the sounds of his steps or steps, just steps itself. And it happens kind of in form of reflex or conditioning, but it happens, how to say, without my mind. It's a kind of construction of reality by my brain, I don't know. Thomas Reid used the idea of magic. That is kind of realistic magic that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So another question. We have time for another question. Okay. If not, we can move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Anton. Okay, thank you, Anton.
Thank you, I'm leaving, okay.
Okay, so now we have Oscar Miyamoto.
You cannot open it when this thing is closed, so if you want to open it, you can do it. Let me just open this.
se verde.
Okay, so Oscar with his beautifully titled paper.
Hello. So I will go straight to the point. So the presentation will basically revisit the concept of semiotic self. It is a multidisciplinary notion, has been revisited many times, not only by biosemiotics, but the point being that we can revisit it and reflect on the basics of this concept and what it means for biosemiotics to define life, to define being. So it's a very philosophical and terminological revisitation of this. So before I move on to my actual slides, that are some examples that I will be making, I just want to go to the conclusion, to go to the point first, and then I will proceed backwards. So the thing that I want to share with you, if this moves at some point, not clicking, oh yes, there you go, is this. I want to share this provisionally coined general definition of an interpreter, as I prefer to call it, or basically, what Peirce used to call the person to whom a sign or somebody, the sign to somebody stands for something other than itself, or what Morris at some point tried to call just an interpreter, actually. So this is basically what we have been saying all over again for a long time. So this is my provisional coinage of a term, but how we get there, how we have to revisit a little bit the notion of what life is and why we have sometimes to equate it with interpretation and sometimes not. And the way that we will be doing that is by checking a very arbitrary list that I put together, going through the literature about the semiotic self theory, what semiotic self theory in general says about interpreters. They say that they are normative, communicative, extended or distributed, telonomic, anticipatory, autopoietic, multi-layered, habit-taking or habit-breaking, and so on and so forth. This is not an extensive list, it's not a compositional list, it's just like the common ground that we somehow are overlapping. Okay, so now comes the boring part of the presentation. I have to make my point, so I will try to be very brief. And in the end, I will show the examples of these 8 faculties claimed for semiotic selves. Okay, so far so good. Yeah. We've been saying that some processes are not disembodied, they are not decontextualized or isolated, but contingent to what living beings feel, do, and want. Not surprise. But what is a living being, right? That's the question we've been asking all over again. And Alexei and Morten already answered that question earlier, so I could stop my presentation here. However, this Sedgwick exclusion hypothesis makes semiotic self-theory an existential part of biosemiotics. And this is so because we say that living beings are insofar as they interpret. But of course, interpretation is already agential. So it comes without saying, for instance, that life ceases when the capacities of self-control and choice-making stop. If our metabolic and cognitive capacities stop having some degree of freedom or agency, we could say by any practical purposes that we're virtually dead, because our semiosis stopped, our embodied cognition stopped. And that's, you have already said that. I'm just going through this point again. So, it's not a coincidence that semiotic self-theory constantly is concerned with metabolic self-control in terms of semiotic evolution. And I wish that Professor Deacon and Professor Stedenfeld were here to talk about the matter. Anyhow, so this semiotic self-theory is a multifaceted theoretical framework known for constantly pondering the tension between 2 existential domains. Usually this is how they go. A duality that seems to be an intrinsic constituent of selfhood. For instance, an endosemiotic and an exosemiotic domain of selfhood, right? So notably, Sedgwick's first treatment of the semiotic self refer to two levels of self-preservation. So one is the immunological level, or homeostatic theoretical framework, known for constantly pondering the tension between two existential domains. Usually this is how they go. A duality that seems to be an intrinsic and pragmatically relevant if we take into account the interpretative faculties of living beings at large. So the more we research the phenomenology of other living beings, the more we confirm that experience cannot be accounted for in the Cartesian terms of a unidirectional, dyadic subject-object relation. So characterizing semiotic selves at large, of course, is a terminological challenge, as we have been seeing, given the plurality of meanings that are often associated with the idea of a living being. A subject, an interpreter, an agent, a cognizer, an individual, an organism, a body, consciousness, and I could go on forever. So terminology-wise, my point today is that self connotes a more static, definite, and inwards identity. Self is more attuned to this selfish internalist conception of the Hegelian logic, the so-called being in itself and being for itself, but in German. So in contrast, being or interpreter, as I prefer it, more aptly connotes a processual and agential value-making relation. I'll go back to the definition. I said provisional, so don't go hard on me. So it connotes this processual and agential value-making relationship, one that still leaves place for an organismic specific arbitrariness. So in short, to be is to interpret or to make meaning, and to interpret is to live. So goes the hypothesis that we have these days. By semiotic self, then, we should actually mean a living interpreter or living being. And for me, these are redundant synonyms: living being and living interpreter. It is hot. Wait a second. Oh, where's my water? Yeah. Oh, sorry. So again, what I'm trying to highlight here is that we can go beyond the psychological, nominalist notion of the human ego, this ontogenesis of individuality and personality. It is still a necessary concept, but we can go beyond it. So we can go beyond this inner speech asking, oh, who am I and how did I become myself? So this shift can be done more easily if we rely on the pluralist and even continuist idea of being, which is semiosis-based, by the way, rather than the transformativist notion of selfhood, which is identity-based. So biosemiotics changes around this nominalistic epistemology of the so-called prison house of language, as Colapietro and not Professor Not would say. So, and instead deals with the pre-linguistic notion of a semiotic reality in terms of umlaut, and even perhaps in the notion of an extended mind, as the previous presentation aptly noted. So this is to say, semiotic self-theory is ultimately concerned with the public or the intersubjective, the fact that life forms can universally feel, interpret, and act upon their environment. So interestingly, this perspective differs from internalist treatments of the mind, and there are a lot of those. So I won't go through them, of course. Okay, so now I'm saying that interpreters are not black boxes, and I argue that this internalist-externalist dichotomy of experience misses the actual point. The fact that subjectivity is relational and therefore irreducible to a single being discovering itself for the sake of itself. In the words of Morten Tønnesen, semiotic thinking, and I quote, restores subjectivity not as an internalist conception nor as an externalist conception, but rather as a relational conception. Our self is social, a self is always bigger than itself. And I end the quote. So this applies ostensibly to every, I would go as far as saying that this applies ostensibly to every known life form, in the sense that, and I quote Sedok, the process of message changes or semiosis is an indispensable characteristic of all terrestrial life forms, and I end the quote. And elaborating on Sebel's view, Timo Manan observes that, and I quote, the essential property of a semiotic self is an ability to make distinctions, and I end the quote. And that's a very structural definition, I think. Yeah. So again, this doesn't require the psychological connotation of a self-consciousness. Instead, selfhood starts with that perspectival faculty of recognition and awareness with respect to otherness. But what is this otherness? The aboutness of a sign, this value-making criteria, the value of a sign function. Now, the latter, as observed by Manan, and Tarasti, by the way, is grounded on normative or value-making criteria. Okay. And I will move to the slides in a second. So therefore, it is not problematic to state that a living self fulfills the pragmatic criteria for being considered an interpreter, insofar as it is capable of value-making via sensorial and energetic interpretants, where signs, different molecules, aptly stand for something other than themselves. For instance, the relevant presence or absence of desirable or indesirable internal and or external states. So it is reasonable to say then that the living self is not aware of its contextual role as the interpreter. The self doesn't have a PhD in semiotics. But it sure acts as a cognitive intermediator, to whom a sign stands for something other than itself. Okay, I think I'm going in circles. And I have the very smart quotes about Peirce. And yeah, so now my point to end with the beginning is that we can do better than this. We can look at the progress, especially or specifically in the side of zoosemiotics, in my opinion, and actually look at these interpreters in action. And this can tell us way more than any of our predictive deductive models that we have so far in biosemiotics, as far as I'm concerned. And things get more complicated when we speak about plural interpreters, right? Populations, groups, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I will just give very briefly, before my 3 minutes finish, very, very brief examples of these things. Okay, example of normativity or value making. We can see this from the very beginning, right? Adaptation to hospitable temperatures, for instance. And I'll have to go really fast here, sorry. Also, we have normativity in mammals in general, right? This is a very cute example. And if you don't have time to read people in YouTube, you can always freeze and go to the papers here. Okay, next, communicative or social. What a surprise. So we have been saying that, interpreters have this information exchange via representation, signification, and communication. Next. Okay, now. Another example, we have translation of interspecific dialects via lingual codification. Check out this paper. Okay, what else? Number 3, extended or distributed. So this is also present in Lotmanian zoosemiotics, so to speak. We can see this boundary recognition that is an essential filter for identity formation and also increasing the heterogeneity. We can also see this in a shoal of fish, these continuous and discontinuous processes of emergent organization. Now we go with the telenomic or agential. This is like a no-brainer. It's cooperation within the core and competition within the periphery drive intentional goals. And this is the case of chimpanzees. We also have this creative agential meaning making, right, that arises from this asymmetric flow of bodily information. Now, when it comes to this anticipatory feature, it is more obvious with some species that have episodic memory, like crows, for instance. So again, I recommend you the papers. Next, we have elephants, no-brainer. These long-term memories memories that are passed from generation to generation. And I could go on forever with the memory examples. But of course, these are examples of also communication. They are not mutually exclusive. So memory doesn't exclude communication. Okay, I'll just try to wrap it up. So we have autopoietic, the example of the aspen trees. Of course, this is not a zoosemiotic example, but it's a very good example of an autopoietic organism. That is a single organism by any practical means. And I think that's it. Oh, no. Multidimensional, I think. Multilayered, sorry. Or multisystemic. We have these models recently in the Journal of Biosemiotics where we can see that there are three spheres of, so to speak, phenomenological existence where we can actually map analogically different living beings. So for instance, we can have the sphere of embodied cognition, the sphere of organismic arbitrariness, the sphere of corporeality, but we also have the sphere of culture, the sphere of learning and habit taking. So both go hand in hand. Okay, I will just go to the end and thank you for your attention. My references. My references are you guys, basically.
Okay, so Ali, please. Thanks, Oscar. If we are references, why didn't you cite me? I'm joking. Yeah, I also think, as you said, we can do better than that definition of the interpreter. I was hoping that you would give us a different version of it, a better variation of it again. I would like to ask, I don't quite understand the differentiation between, what was it, feeling, acting, and choosing, thank you, and particularly choosing and acting. And why do you need this notion of semiosphere at all? But most of all, I'll be curious to know where do you think that your theory stands in regard to the individual-collective distinction.
Okay, so I divided this triadic feeling, doing, and choosing because semiosis is a sufficiently complex model for addressing three dimensions of being. Phenomenology, there you have feeling. Physiology, like really, in the case of animals, neurophysiology, you have their actions. And the sphere of choosing, that's the sphere of metaphysics, basically, or teleology, I would say, maybe. So I would say that's why we can say that, safely say, that feeling, doing, and choosing are these Persian irreducibilities. And the collective aspect, like, I didn't understand that one.
In the interpreter defined as such, is that strictly an individual? In the modern notion of individual?
If there is a place for individuality in this model?
Or if you're trying to collapse at all the individual-collective dichotomy of modernity?
I think I try to make a statement when it comes to understanding the continuity and the intersubjectivity between beings. But that doesn't necessarily exclude the notion of identity or the notion of collective dissolution of identity. Yeah. But let's talk about it in the break or afterwards if you want. So I think it's time. Oh.
We have time.
Oh, great.
Just keep it short.
Okay. So maybe I'm showing my reductive cards a bit, but when you showed us the 9 points of the list, I was immediately thinking, can't you boil them down to only autoplaces? Because for me, without the examples give a bit too much favor to help you reduce stuff, but just the abstractions, I feel they would automatically derive from an autopoietic system in the real world. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree. I mean, Maturana and Varela were biosemioticians to our eyes in a way, but I don't think autopoietic theory can account fully for meaning making. And this is evident, for instance, in anti-representationalism in activism, in radical activism. I would say that Maturana and Varela are used for these precise purposes of eliminativism or reductionism, and this would be more like a constructivist, holistic type of definition. And I think we need that for a conception of being rather than an eliminatorist one. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. So, thank you very much, Pascal. And now we have Professor Elin.
Oh yeah, thank you. Excellent. Dear colleagues, first I'd like to explain the nature of my project. It's not theory. These are not empirical results. So you would ask what it is. I'll try to explain. When I present my models to my friends, some of them, say theoretical linguists, for example, they say, why don't you develop it into a proper theory? I refuse. It's too much a burden for me to develop such models into a theory. When I'm presenting my models and some of my political science friends are saying, gosh, you should make an empirical analysis to prove this. Otherwise it's useless. And I think, no, I don't have time and strength really to do that. So what am I doing? Actually, what I'm doing, I'm trying to single out instruments, to single out modes of analysis and modes that this analysis finds in real life, the correspondence between what we think and how things happen. That's my interest. So this presentation is no theory, and this presentation is not a result of empirical studies. Rather, it's a kind of instrumental analysis which is aimed to how we can deal with agency. And from this point of view, I'd like, first of all, to congratulate Alexei and Morten for the book which has been introduced today. Excellent book. And you could consider this to be a kind of a comment to this book. In a way, it wasn't intentionally done. It happened so. And it is also an attempt to answer the question which Jarmo has asked, whether it's possible to find agency beyond life, beyond biosemiotics. And by the way, Nicolas made an excellent philosophical presentation here. So it's in a way also reaction to what he was presenting here. But I'm not going to claim that agency exists before life. What I'm going to do, my interest is to find tricks that are being used by ourselves and tricks that exist in actual world that are shared with the agency of different types of agencies. And some of those tricks are much more simple than we use. We are inclined to speak about interpretation. But interpretation is a very complex method, a very elaborate activity. But this elaborate activity is using some primitive instruments, primitive devices, primitive schemes. So my interest is to look for primitives. And how I make it? No. How I move this? Oh yeah. Yes. So, and I'd like to start with thanks. Thanks to our colleagues who organized this beautiful conference. Yesterday, I really felt very much at home in this Corpus Christi chapel. And it was so because I felt, why I felt at home, I felt as if I'm a PhD student or just a student of Moscow State University who is studying English poetry of the 17th century. This was just the kind of environment for my studies at that time. And I wrote my thesis on the last plays of Shakespeare. And this thesis was, of course, it was an empirical study of the last plays of Shakespeare. I cited lines and images and all that stuff. But a great piece of this writing, which actually a big chapter, which I had to drop because my department refused. They said you are going too far. Was a comparison of the last plays of Shakespeare with the poetry, art, music, and many other things of the 17th and 16th century. A grand perspective. But what I did in all that, I found out some simple primitives. So here they are. Shakespeare lived through a period, a very interesting period. He was an embodiment of Renaissance, anthropocentric universalism. If you take his great tragedies, for example, King Lear, the whole world. Prince Hamlet, the whole world. In one personality, the whole world. Renaissance universalism, anthropocentric. And then it collapses. What is happening in the 17th century? Two contrastive methods, two contrastive artistic approaches emerge. One is classicism, and another is Baroque. Well, we were present in the Baroque chapel. So, what are the primitives? Baroque is dynamic, classicism is static. Baroque is centrifugal, classicism is centripetal. Baroque concentrates on potential, something out there. And classicism, something in here. Interestingly, not something which is in here factually, but something which should be in here. If you take, for example, Corneille and his Cid, this tragedy of how people should behave properly. Yeah? Things like that. Okay. So, three primitives. But these three primitives help to orient ourselves. For example, in this Baroque chapel, there are three virtues. There's, sorry, I'll show you. No. Oh, we make it. Oh, yes. So, this is hope. This is this is faith, this is hope, and this is love. Three virtues. So, what is happening? They are looking somewhere. The hope is looking outside. This figure is showing something with her hand, but this is also outside. This is another direction. So, and this is quite important for my further presentations. Something out there, something which is not present. This is also an important thing. But with all that, this is a citation from the 74th sonnet of Shakespeare. For as the sun is daily new and old, so is my love still telling what is told. The same things happen again and again, same tricks. Nothing new. But each time they are repeated, they argue. That's interesting. Sun is always, every day, in the morning. Sun arises a new one, sun. But it arises every day, since the beginning of the world. So, new and old. Okay. Oh, sorry. Other way around. So now I'm coming to this great man. Well, I have to observe my time here. So, why? Because he was most consistent structuralism of all. And he actually developed the Saussurean idea of language as such, study of language as such, nothing but language. Saussure was insisting on that. But he couldn't. Helmsley couldn't manage it. He had to postulate existence of something out. And this thing, something out, it's very interesting. He calls it in Danish meaning, which we can all understand its meaning. Of course, something which the word which we repeated yesterday and which we're repeating every day, old and new for semioticians. Meaning. But when his prolegomena were translated into English, it wasn't translated as meaning. There was a different term, purport. Why? Why? Because it's not actual meaning as we work with in language or in semiotics. It's a potential meaning. It's something which can become a meaning, but which is not formed. So what is purport? What is meaning for Helmsley? It's something happening in our minds, but which is not linguistically formed, which find no linguistic expression. Because nothing but language. Nothing but language. So, but he recognizes that it exists somewhere there. Probably it is formed cognitively. Probably it's formed metabolically or whatever, but not linguistically. That's out there. And it's an important thing. Another thing is temporal dimension. So one last phrase, because I don't have time. Meaning recreates changes being new and old. Another happy dualism of Helmsley is planes of expression and content. Very instrumental division and a very primitive thing. You just split something into two symmetrical and opposing parts. Extremely primitive. Nothing more primitive than that. And you could go down from semiotics to, I don't know, elementary particles. Mass and energy. That's a split. Physicians would agree, okay. The principle of complementarity in modern physics. It repeats the same thing. This is a picture which I'd like to confess, I always feel uneasy when in the morning I look into the mirror. Particularly if I have a hangover from the previous party. When I look, I don't recognize who is this guy. But even when I have no hangover and I look at this picture, really, it's a different person. It's a different person. My right hand is his left hand. Everything is different. So it's not me. So it's me, but it is rotated, inverted. That's another trick. And this trick is a very simple one. It's not something we invented. It's something which exists in reflection, elementary reflection. When a particle is rotating around a central mass, it is repeating the same story of the mirror, not recognizing itself. All the new, all the time. So tricks are very simple. Now we're coming to the most interesting thing. Big Bang. There's this singularity point. I would say that this picture is a wrong one, and this one is a wrong one. It's very convincing and easy to explain it in a linear terms. Linear terms. There's a linear interpretation. That's time. But time is not linear. Well, of course it would be a more correct thing, but we see only surfaces of this expanding sphere, while all these stages, all the memory, all the actual evolution is inside. So it's difficult to imagine it, but it's also very primitive in a sense. Just a sphere, just expanding sphere. All the universe, observable universe, is an expanding sphere. And this is a very simple, natural thing which we can see with the stars, with the planets, with individual atoms. They are all spheric. Culture and explosion. And this is the opening sentences. I think three opening sentences of the book. Just, I'm not going to comment it, but Lordman formulated two basic questions of a system and out of the system. And then the second question, how can a system develop remaining itself? And actually this was the question I've been asking all the time myself as a student. How can Shakespeare, changing all the time, with his last plays, which look not like great tragedies, absolutely different, as if different person has written, still the same guy wrote. How can Russian language, which Pushkin was speaking, and I'm speaking, several generations past, lots of things change. It's the same language. How is it possible? It's changing all the time, but it's the same, new and old. Two more citations. This is Darwin's citation, and this is a picture of Darwin without beard. It's about the time when he was actually he has actually written Origin of Species in the 50s, I guess. So these are the last words, the last sentence of this masterpiece. Whilst this planet has gone cycling on around the fixed law of gravity, old and new. But out of this simple law, everything emerged. A lot of exquisite, complicated, developed things emerged. Same here, that's Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. He's saying that his intention is only to demonstrate the experimental law of recurrence. experimental law of recurrence. That's explanation of universal history of law, and this is also the cosmic. So one last thing. Oh, a couple of other points. How it all happens? By this rotation. Entropy, negentropy. This I skip. So, this is my puppet to demonstrate that agency is ability of agents to continually and recurrently to reproduce. And those tricks of reproduction are also extremely primitive and simple, starting from the elementary particles. So my answer would be that it all starts with elementary particles, and then I drop the rest of my presentation and just refer you to one thing. It is not here in this presentation. It's Albert's automation. David Albert, he's a mathematician, American mathematician who developed the quantum automation model. And this model is very simple. A particle emerges, and the particle is quantum. Quantum emerges, and it is opposed to the whole universe. So what quantum is doing? Interacting with the universe, and it is making copy of the universe inside itself. But this copy is not the same. You remember mirror? Of course, it's a different one. And then the quantum itself becomes a different thing, a thing different from the universe. And all the tricks start. And everything happens from this rotation, empirical law of recurrence with a lot of intertwinings and so on and so forth. So I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sadly,
no time for questions.
But we will have a city tour and some.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry. But now I would ask. Thank you very much. So yeah, now our last presenter is Ivan Fomin. You are here. Where's mine? Just the button on the top. This one? Oh, this one. Okay. Yes. Perfect. And the clicker is. Okay. I'm happy to be here speaking about meaning actually, and I wanted to say thank you to Claudio who started the whole conference basically with the question of meaning. And actually this presentation will be not for Claudio because Claudio saw most of it in the code biology conference. And it is my intention to repeat some things here and there as well. And what I want to speak about today is the question of what kinds of meaning are there. And it is also kind of a continuation of our dialogue with Claudio, because I asked him about what is organic meaning, for example, or what are the kinds of meaning. This piece from Peirce that is in this slide is actually, I think, is a good representation of what kinds of meaning Peirce tried to distinguish, speaking about different effects produced by sign. One of them is thought, and other one is action. And what I want to, the questions I want to pose are the following. So, what kinds of meaning effects we can distinguish, and is Peirce useful, and if he's useful, in which version of his theory? And the usual disclaimer about Peirce, that Peirce can be reconstructed in a very different ways. So this will be just my reconstruction, or maybe even my reaction to Peirce. So we can find different definitions of what interpretant is in Peirce. One of them is, for example, this piece where Peirce speaks about interpretant as a mental effect. And it is questionable how well this definition fits biosemiotics, because maybe we can accept this definition, but then we will have to stretch our definition of mental, so maybe it's not the best strategy. We can always refer to this piece from Peirce, where he says that an interpretant actually does not have to be mental, and one of the Peirce's examples are the military commands, when the interpretant is the action, not the mental effect. So yeah, I think probably for biosemiotics this one is the best, or at least this is my favorite. So it's just this very broad definition that basically assumes that any effects of science are interpretants. And yeah, what is also important is that Peirce often says that interpretant and meaning are the same thing. Then there's this whole universe of different attempts of Peirce to develop a classification of interpretants, and he more or less failed. At least this is the best one that I can find in Peirce, even though it's still not perfect. But from all the range of existing definitions, that I think is the best one. Maybe what I don't like in this particular systematics of interpretants is that it starts with the effect on consciousness. So once again, we have this problem that we have to either find some other definition, or we have to redefine consciousness. So maybe it's still not the perfect solution for biosemiotics. There are other versions of this systematics. I will not go into details here. They all have their flaws. For example, this one, there's this normal interpretant that transports us to the realm of auto, some moral connotations that I don't really want in the theory that I would use. There's also this one that redefines tunnel interpretant with the reference to purpose. There is this completely new terminology with emotional, energetic, and logical interpretants. Not that bad actually. And yeah, as I said, this is my favorite. But I would kind of reformulate it for myself in the following way. So we can distinguish between these three kinds of interpretants that are initial, dynamical, and final. And basically, the initial one can be defined as the effect, the quality that is produced as an effect of sign. The dynamical is this actual event that is produced as an effect of sign, and finally, the final interpretant is the production of or reproduction of rules. So I think it is a good starting point, at least. Maybe it's not a perfect typology still, but this is something we can use. But to make it even maybe more easy to use, or maybe more parsimonious, we can also consider another of Peirce's ideas, that actually interpretants are also representaments. So maybe we don't need a systematics of interpretants. So maybe a typology of signs is enough. So if interpretants are signs, we can just use the typology of signs as a typology of interpretants. So then we basically use the distinction of quasi-sign, sin-sign, and legi-sign taken as results, taken as effects of semiosis, and basically we don't have to have some extra conceptual instruments. We can just use these. Basically, it's more or less the same thing. So initial interpretant is the production of quasi-sign, dynamical interpretant is the production of sin-sign, and final interpretant is the production of legi-sign. Then, as the next step, from this we can go to Peirce's typology of 10 kinds of signs, and we can map it onto this typology of interpretants, and we can have this scheme of which kinds of signs can appear as interpretants. So, as you can see, it's just a specification of the previous triadic schema. Just the first are different kinds of quali signs, the second is the different kinds of sin signs, and third, legge signs. Okay, as the next step, I will try to show how we can actually use this typology. This is how I would represent it. So basically, we have here as I, ID, and IF, these three kinds of interpretants. We have as R, it's a sign vehicle, and an O as an object. And so basically, we have these three interpretants that appear in this triangle. So we have basically three triangles here. I will not go into details while there are two different habits in the final interpretant, maybe in the Q&A if you're interested. So how we can use it? So one way to use it is, for example, we can take this famous example from Uexküll, and we can say this that butyric acid produces some initial interpretant in this tick, and then the dynamical interpretant that's produced is the jump or the fall of the tick. Actually, I'm looking for the author of this picture. I'm using it all the time, but I don't know who made it. So, why I'm showing this picture now is because this shows that this model can work for the simple forms of semiosis. But what is important that it can also be used for more complex forms of like cultural semiosis or anthroposemiosis. And let me give you an example of that. So let's say before I started my talk, I set a timer for 15 minutes so that I know when to switch to Q&A. And at some moment, at some moment it will go like this. Yeah. This is what will happen. And what does this mean? What is the effect of this? Well, first of all, there is the immediate interpretant is like maybe it's different for everybody, but we have some mental effect of hearing this sound. But that's the immediate interpretant. What would be the dynamical interpretant for me? For me, it's going to be a signal to switch to the slide with questions because I want to have time to answer the questions. So we'll speed up and switch the questions. But what is, for now, it looks very kind of tick-like. But what is interesting is that the dynamical interpretant itself can be a very complex sign that can have its own complex interpretants and its own dynamical interpretants. So, for example, in this case, you're going to see this slide with the questions. It will produce some effect on you, and the dynamical interpretant of that will be you, hopefully, asking some questions. What is interesting here is that this last dynamical interpretant is not produced by me, it's produced by someone else. So here we can see that this model, when we have it more in a more complex form, it can actually become a form of interaction or a model of communication. So we can have kind of like something like this. And one last thing probably I want to mention here is that actually what I would also suggest to do is that we can map the distinction of embodiment, exbodiment, and intersubjectivity or interadjectivity on these three interpretants. So basically, the initial interpretant is this kind of I'm not sure that embodiment is the perfect term, so it's kind of this inward-oriented aspect of sign effect. And the dynamical interpretant is this expositor, outward-oriented aspect of sign effect. And then, as I said, the habits that sometimes emerge are intersubjective habits, because, for example, the habit of asking questions when you see a slide saying questions is kind of a habit we share, and that's why we can have social interactions. But it is also interadjective on a more fundamental level, even if we are not speaking about social semiosis. In a sense that, in this sense of any semiosis being this communication between previous self and some better considered self. So in this sense, habits are always interadjective, if not intersubjective. So I think these are important features of these three interpretants that can be useful in biosemiotic context. This is just a summary. I will not go into details here. And as I promised, here's the slide. And I didn't even have to wait for the clock.
Can you hear me? Yes. If we make this comparison between Gottman's idea that if we have 1,000 pieces of meat, put them together, we don't get the cow light, right? The other way around, we put a cow, and then we can somehow compartmentalize it and manage it. Do we get an interpreter if we put together all these interpretants, or not necessarily? Just a provocative thought there.
Well, I didn't put it explicitly in my talk, but actually this distinction of embodiment, exbodiment, and the interjectivity kind of assumes that you have some closure inside and outside of which these effects work, or between closures. So yeah, there is a hidden interpreter there. Not that hidden, I just didn't speak about it.
Thank you very much, Ivan. This is actually your title of your paper is one of my favorite quotes from Peirce, and it's from a letter, as you know, to William James in 1907. He was constantly trying to explain his understanding of the pragmatic maxim of James, and I think this is the clearest expression of his pragmatic maxim. And one of the remarkable features about it, why I love it, is because it's a non-linear, integrated process of organic interrelation between thought and action. And I wonder how your modeling process, I need to spend more time with the models that you ended on, but does it start to capture the organic interrelation between thought and action?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that it gives too much detail about how one emerges from the other, but one important nuance that I can add to what I already said is that even though I'm speaking about these three interpretants as three different kinds of effect, we can actually maybe better describe them as the phases of the process. So basically, the first emerges the initial interpretant, and then from it emerges the dynamical interpretant. So this map helps us to distinguish the key phases, but actually it's a dynamical process. So we just try to make a photograph of a moving thing.
All right, thank
you. Thanks very much. I enjoyed it very much listening to your argument. If I needed like him, and I'm also intrigued and would like to spend more time following on your models. I'm very curious, where did you pick the term experiment from? In some literature cognition, it pops up now and then, but the only place where I found it defined, formalized in some convincing way is Irina Mittelberg's work on gestures, where she explains stuff like, that we display, for instance, image schemas of gesture, and she calls that embodiment. I'm wondering if you picked it from there or where from?
Yeah, I took it from there, but not as a continuation of that tradition, not just in order to invent a new word. Maybe we need a new word because I'm not sure that I am strictly following what is meant when we're speaking about gestures. Another option was saying disembodiment, but this sounds kind of brutal, and so.
I think that term can be very well extrapolated from to something more general. So
yeah,
I like the way you use it.
Maybe it's the same thing. I just didn't check more carefully.
Yes.
Thank you, Evan. I like the type of thing you're doing. Perhaps I misunderstood. If you're defining final interpretant as production of a rule within an organism, I don't see how could it ever adapt, or conversely, how could you ever come to finality, right? If it's simply the same rule being produced all the time, there's no room for adaptation. If at each iteration it's something new, then in no sense is it final. So could you expand on that a bit?
Yeah, I think that's saying that there can be just a cycle in which it will be only a reproduction, it won't be like some rare degenerate case. I think usually it's some reconsideration every time it is involved. One of the reasons why I put reproduction there is probably because of the cold biological context. Because in cold biology, there is this moment that there can be semiosis that barely reproduces the habit, and not something I would, not the idea I would die for.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so thank you again, and yeah. So now, just I would like to remind you that we have the city tour at 6:30, and you will leave from this building. Okay, so yeah, see you then, and thank you. And tomorrow, of course. I don't know if I should make any other announcement for the closing of the meeting.